It being 6 o'clock, I call to order this regular meeting of the Ojai Planning Commission for Wednesday, April 6th, 2022. Sherry, could we have a roll call? Oh, you can't, can you do the roll
Yep.
call? Okay.
Chair Quillisi,
Here.
Vice Chair Nolan,
Here.
Commissioner Lottis,
Here.
Commissioner Bennett,
Here.
and Commissioner Trent is not yet in attendance.
On his way, we hope. Okay. If you would all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And John is in attendance.
And John is here. Welcome, John.
Hello.
Glad to see we have all 5 commissioners here. All right, public communications is the time set aside for members of the public to address the commission on items not on the agenda. Sherry, do we have anyone with a raised hand or? Okay, very good. We'll move on then to the consent items, the minutes of the last 2 meetings.
Chair, I dropped off a speaker cord. For this, and you can go straight. That's who's that.
Oh, this is for public communications. Ah, very good. We do have one speaker card for public communications. Bob Daddy, please step up to the dais. Or the lectern.
Commissioners, good evening. Mr. Summers, good evening. For those of you that have seen a number of these things, I'm kind of glad we're back in where we should be, back in person to person. I find this thing to be revolting and disgusting, that what's going to happen later in this, because it appears the joke has been for more than a quarter of a century I've been in here, is the city of no high, no way, and the business prevention program that does everything it can to prevent everything coming with contrivances that are irrelevant. I am astonished that we put so much effort into parking when we continue to ask people to come for 4th of July, and then we invite 15, 20,000 people and they all park. I'm surprised that we have Ojai Day where we have 20,000 and more people come to Ojai Day. We invite them to come and they all seem to have a place to park. It seems that we can, in this city, do a better job of separating fly specks from pepper than just about anywhere else. And it is disturbing that we do this over and over and over again, and we do everything by exception. We never do 2 things the same day, the same way, for the same item. We will do it by exception. I am going to be mesmerized when the ISIS comes up before this commission, and it's time for you to take a look at a business put here in 1914, right across the street from the project you're going to speak about later, that is not in the proper zone and doesn't have a single parking place. And I'm going to find out what excuse we find to prevent that. I also remember when we finally rebuilt the Libby Bowl because the city let it dilapidate and didn't put any maintenance into it. And when it got done and we raised all the money and it was finally done and we got through every single hurdle, and with the police chief's help, I was able to convince council that yes, we should be able to serve alcohol because everybody was bringing their own. When the thing got done, our community development director came to the next council meeting, and guess what she had to say? We never went through the CEQA process, and we should start that now. Isn't that the best time to start the CEQA process? After we've reopened the bowl, right? So that's how we roll. So when we get into this, I would hope that we would take a look and we would recognize that we have a footprint, we have a landmark, we have an institution that's been here longer than the city's been incorporated. And for a city council that has done the best that it can to avoid doing its job by not hearing any planning commission recommendations for the code and the ordinances, the upgrades and the removals and additions. You folks have been working for more than 2 years, at least over 2 years started. And I am distressed that the city council has been able to prevent you from presenting those items that need to be changed to allow people to do business in this community. So with that, good luck. You know, we'll see how the sausage is made. It's very disappointing though. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, now we'll move on to the consent items, the minutes of the last 2 regular meetings of the Planning Commission, March 2nd and March 16th. Do any commissioners have any refinements to the minutes? Hearing none, I saw a duplicated word, and I think it was, and I spoke to Sherry about that. I think she's probably fixed that in the minutes. Other than that, I'd like to entertain a motion for approval of the items 1 and 2. Yes, Commissioner Nolan.
Kelsey?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I will make a motion that we adopt the Ojai Planning Commission meeting minutes from March 2nd, 2022. And in addition, the Planning Commission minutes from March 16th, 2022.
Thank you. We have a second? Very good. Thank you, sir. Any discussion? Sherry, please call the roll on the consent items.
Quilisi,
Yes.
Nolan,
Yes?
Lottis,
Yes.
Trent,
Yes.
Bennett. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you all. All right, disclosure of site visits and ex parte contacts. I think most of us have been to the one site in question tonight, and I can't imagine that any of us has not met with the applicants at some point. I know I have discussed what they were looking for in the project, but expressed no opinion as to the final outcome tonight, of course, which is subject to our deliberations. Jamie?
Yes, I took a tour with the principals. I took a tour with the principals some months ago.
Right, same here. Commissioner Nolan?
Yes, I also took a tour with the owners and basically just discussed the project from a tour standpoint and nothing else. And I've been to the site numerous times.
Very good. Commissioner Lottis?
Yes, I also took a tour. I forget exactly when it was, several months ago, and the tour was given by one of the applicants.
Several, yeah.
And I don't believe I expressed any opinions. Just listened to what they provided and appreciated seeing the grounds kind of from the outside as well as the inside.
Right.
And, that's it.
Nice to get inside the wall for once. Commissioner Trent?
The same. I had a tour of the facility and also familiar with the area, familiar with the building.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you all. Then we'll move on to the public hearing item, design review permit DRP 21-003 regarding the proposed remodel of the entire Hotel El Roblar site. Lucas, would you take us through that, please?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Chair Quilisi. My name is Lucas Seibert, Community Development Director with the City of Ojai. And so tonight's review and decision before the Planning Commission is for modifications to the hotel, which is over really 100 years old, and where it stands currently, located within the downtown Ojai area, along Ojai Avenue, which is addressed 122 East Ojai Avenue, and has been referred to for many years as the Oaks of Ojai. Unfortunately, the Oaks of Ojai closed their doors really in 2017, and that was really due to the Thomas fire, and have not reopened their doors since. This proposal before the commission, which could look at reopening the 100-year-old hotel with a new name and face Hotel Roblar, which I think the applicants will speak to in more detail. The previous owners, Don and Sheila Clough, really sold the property to the current applicants for this proposal tonight, and that was in 2019. And the design work and planning began from that day forward, with many hours of staff time, applicant time, commission time. We've had several meetings before this commission. And most importantly, the community input that we've received. I want to say it's probably close to, if not over 100 comments that have come in regarding this project before this commission tonight. And I also wanted to, as a point of order for tonight's meeting, consisting of really kind of the city attorney more than likely providing some comments during my brief presentation. I'll be pulling up a PowerPoint here in a moment, followed with commission questions of staff once that PowerPoint and presentation has concluded, then opening the public hearing, and then the applicant will then have an opportunity. They have a PowerPoint presentation, or at least a PDF that's got several slides associated with it on this matter. Then that will follow with commission questions as a follow-up. And then the applicant, and then there'll be members of the audience that are there tonight. If they'd like to speak, we'll have that first, and then virtual members who would like to comment and speak on this matter will then go thereafter. We'd ask for you to raise your hand in the virtual format when that moment arises, and then finally back to the commission for deliberation and decision. I would also like to note that if anybody in the audience physically is wanting to speak, we'd ask for you to fill out a speaker card, provide that to Sherry, and then she'll pass that along to the Chair Quillisi. So with that, I'm going to pull up the PowerPoint real quick for this and just run through a couple slides just to kind of set the table here for tonight.
Okay.
Everybody see that?
Yes, it's up on the screens.
Okay, perfect.
Lucas,
So
on the Zoom, it's showing the dual side view, not the full slide view.
the dual slide, not the full slide, so maybe displays.
If you've got two screens, it's pulling from your screen with the presenter view, not the slide view. So if you click that first link there, swap presenter view and slideshow, that should take care of it.
Is that better?
That's
Yep.
it.
Thank you.
All right, perfect. There we get a bigger screen. So tonight we have Hotel Roblar's proposal. As I said before, the applicant also has a PowerPoint. They're going to go into the kind of the meat and potatoes. I'm kind of providing here tonight kind of a higher level. I'd call it 4 pieces: the proposed design and layout, the parking demand as it relates to this project, the historic resources report. So I think it's important to understand some of the history of where that came from, and then the use and hours of operation for this. And I know I'm talking higher level here. I'm not necessarily going to get into the details of the meat and potatoes, but certainly Q&A could warrant that. The applicant will be going into that. The proposed parking layout. The proposed parking layout for the on-site parking. I'll have a slide that kind of blows everything up a little bit more. But the proposed parking, if you can see my cursor here, is identifying what is already existing parking over here. This would be 31 spaces. And then you've got a new circle drive with an entrance and exit. So it's a one-way portion here with a new entry point here. You also have 9 spaces that would be identified on this southern portion of the site. We're talking also new construction, the pool cabana, the event space that you're seeing here kind of front and center, the new gym location, and then this is really kind of building 5's addition as a second story addition for another unit. As I said before, I'm I'm not going to go into a ton of detail. I'm just kind of hitting some of the high notes here, as I said before. But just know that the areas that you're seeing highlighted here in dark, those are the areas of new construction. So, and just so everybody's aware, this little piece here is really the stairway that leads up to that second floor. Now, the proposed parking layout, you had seen previously the two areas. This is the existing site. You had seen the two previous parking areas that total 40 parking spaces here. They are also proposing a vacant lot to be converted into an 18 space valet parking lot. You're looking at Tandem here, Tandem along here, and Tandem within this valet parking lot area here. Now, all three of these are labeled as valet. And then the beacon lot, which is addressed 209 to 211 West Ojai Avenue, would then supply 15 parking spaces along the backside of their building, and that would be dedicated for employee parking. So you have 18 spaces here, 31 spaces here, 9 spaces here, and 15 spaces here. The total comes up to 73 parking spaces. And I've got a chart at the end which breaks this down even further. The second pillar is the historic resources report. So the subject site is not a listed local historic landmark. However, as a historical context, in 2018, a report was prepared by GPA, which is an architectural historian, for the ATP project. And that's that project along Ojai Avenue and Maricopa Highway. As a part of that requirement, because it was federal money that was coming through, there was a state designated downtown district through Caltrans, a report that was generated through Caltrans, which created and included the subject site as a contributor to the district. And there was a downtown district that was identified, and this was identified within that. By doing that, it essentially considered it to be a historic resource for purposes of CEQA. And because of that, for purposes of CEQA, it then required staff to work with the applicant. Now, this wasn't something that we had made them aware of, because we had been made aware of it within the September month, not in the very beginning when this application came in January. So there was a historic resources report that was prepared by ARG, Architectural Resources Group, to address what's referred to as an SOI, or Secretary of Interior Standards, as well as addressing it through CEQA, or the California Environmental Quality Act. Now, there was a lot of internal work that was done by both the applicant, myself, staff, as well as the consultant, the historian, the architectural historian consultant. And that led to the Historic Preservation Commission meeting on February 28th to review the historic resources report and commented on the matter. When they commented on the matter, they then identified support for a design option. There were two design options that were identified. They identified support for design option number 1. But there's design option number 1, which includes the removal of the porte cochere, the extension of the arched entrance arcade, and then a second floor private balcony. Now, mind you, I'm not showing you pictures of these because the applicant has this within their PowerPoint presentation, and we'll be going over this as well. Should also note that the Historic Preservation Commission and the applicant supported design option number 1. However, it's not without noting design option number 2, which includes the removal of the porte cochere and the second floor private balconies. The difference between option number 1 and option number 2 is option number 2 includes rounded columns which span the entire facade. Both of these design options are exempt through CEQA. Design option number 1, however, is compliant with, or I'm sorry, design option number 2 is consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards. So I think it's important to note that there are some distinguishing differences between the two, but also some similarities. So the third pillar that we were talking about when I first started here was the hotel use and hours of operation. As we know, typically hotels operate 24/7. That's what they're proposing here. That seems within reason and certainly appropriate. There's really three pieces. There's the restaurant and bar lounge, which are really kind of operating as accessory to the hotel, as well as the hotel event center, which is operating accessory to the hotel use overall. The restaurant, bar, and lounge is really kind of 66 seats for the restaurant and bar lounge, operational between 8 a.m. and 11 p.m. 7 days a week. That's within the resolution, the draft resolution before this commission. The hotel events center, however, is 150 seats and operational, proposed to be operational Sunday through Thursday, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. and then Friday and Saturday, 8 a.m. to midnight. I should note that within the staff report and within the resolution, these hours of operation were not noted. Instead, those hours of operation that were noted were instead Friday and Saturday, Thursday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to midnight. Nothing Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. I was considering that to be a cooling period. And then on Sunday, you were looking at 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. So just be aware that this is a revision that staff is supporting moving forward regarding what we're seeing here up on the screen. And then the outdoor pre-function, that's consistent with what was proposed and as a part of the conditions, which is the 42 seats and supports event. Really, it's as a support piece to the event space activities for cocktail hour or event check-in. That's really kind of the main component for that. Last pillar that I wanted, and there was 4 that I wanted to talk about, was the parking demand. And so, as I had mentioned before in the aerial that you were seeing, the Hotel El Roblar site is 40 parking spaces. You see that here. You have 202 North Ventura Street, which was just to the north. If you saw that little rectangular building, that is 18 spaces. And then the 209 to 211 West Ojai Avenue, that would be then the 15 spaces that you're seeing here, for a total of 73 spaces. Should also be noted that the peak parking demand for this site is 78 parking spaces. So we're actually looking at parking in lieu fees for 5 parking spaces to the tune of about $37,000. That's also referenced within the staff report as well, but I wanted to note that here tonight. I also wanted to reference that in the resolution, there is an exhibit 1 to resolution, which is the minor variance for the 209 to 211 West Ojai Avenue parking lot. That resolution reflects old language and not the new language for the 15 parking spaces that we're showing here tonight, and instead is showing the 51 and breaks it down as a part of really kind of their original proposal. So those also need to be corrected to consistently reference 2 things. One is the 15 parking spaces throughout and not the 51, and the removal of any sort of valet language that's identified there as well, because that is not something that staff is recommending moving forward. So with that, I believe the attorney was going to say a couple words as well. That concludes my presentation. If the commission has any questions of staff.
Before questions, let me jump in with a couple of points. Thank you, Lucas. Chair and commissioners, good evening. Matthew Summers, City Attorney, joined tonight by my colleague, Epi Margolin, Assistant City Attorney. An important project hence the full team on board. I want to cover 3 quick points. Number 1, legal precepts that we should bear in mind as we make decisions tonight. Number 2, clarification regarding some of the reso edits. And number 3, a couple of final comments. So, legal precepts. As we know, this is a permitted use in the commercial zone. Hotel has been a permitted use in the commercial zone for some time now. And more importantly, this particular hotel predates the city by 2 years. The city's 100th anniversary was last year. This hotel's 100th anniversary was 3 years ago. So the land use is allowed. And the question is the terms on which the land use is reopened, not whether it does or does not exist. It's a permitted use in the code, and they are permitted to operate a hotel. The question, of course, is under what rules and regulations. Second, I understand that there are all kinds of commentary lately, certainly the past council meeting, an initiative that was filed yesterday, regarding whether or not offsite valet parking is or is not allowed in the city. And the answer to that one on the legal side is that under the city's current code, under current law, offsite valet parking is allowed. The initiative has no legal effect. It was filed yesterday. It has to go through a process. That process has just begun. And it is not law unless and until the council adopts it or the voters adopt it, neither of which has happened. It is thus legally irrelevant. The focus today is on the current law, and as noted, that law does allow for off-site valet parking by which someone drives up, parks the car, hands the keys to the attendant, and then a hotel staff or contractor takes the car and parks it somewhere else. Again, under rules and regulations, and as noted, conditions 3 and 4 deal with the parking. And that's my segue to the next point. On the resolution, as Lucas noted, as Mr. Seibert noted, we have a number of edits recommended by staff. Most important of those is in the minor variance, which is Exhibit 1 to Attachment A, page 3 of 5. Condition number 6 should be struck entirely. This was the condition that referenced 51 parking spaces at the 209-211 West Ojai Avenue lot, the Beacon lot. That was old language from an old proposal. In the discussions with staff the last 2 months, the applicant has cut the number of parking at Beacon by more than double, down from 51 to 15 spaces, and provided that those spaces are to be employee only, no guest and no valet. That is reflected in the main resolution, but did not get carried through to the minor variance. So delete condition number 6 on page 3 of 5 of Exhibit 1 of Attachment A. And then second, as noted on the hours, condition number 23, which begins on page 17 of Attachment A and rolls to 18. The statement there needs to be adjusted slightly to reflect what staff recommends. And just to reiterate, that's Sunday through Thursday, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., and Friday and Saturday, 8 a.m. to midnight for the event center. That's the one that needs to be adjusted.
Can you tell me where to find that?
Yes, of course. So it's the resolution, which is Attachment A,
right.
Page 17 is the start, and then you flip it to the next page, page 18 at the very top. That first sentence is what we're recommending adjusting to be.
Oh, okay.
Do you have you found it, Commissioner Lattes?
Yes.
Thank you. So yeah, you see at the top there, current text says Thursday to Saturday from 8 to midnight. Our recommended revision is Sunday through Thursday, all of those 5 days, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. And then Friday and Saturday, 8 a.m. to midnight.
Right.
So the delta there is shifting Thursday to the weekday schedule, ending earlier, only Friday and Saturday, late out to midnight, and then allowing Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, allowing those other days. The applicant is expected to present a request for different hours. At this time, staff does not recommend those. It would be up to the commission, of course, to grant the applicant's request for different hours. We received a request that I believe was distributed to the commission. It is available upon request from the clerk if you're at City Hall. For those online, it'll be posted online or will be mentioned by the applicant. And it's a request for some adjustments to conditions. One of the ones they ask for is hours, and I'll note the delay. We received it about an hour ago, so that is what it is in terms of timing. And then the other, actually that's it. The applicant will ask for, I expect, adjustments to other conditions, and the applicant can make those requests to the commission. At this time, staff is, as I've noted, the edits we recommend are those I've mentioned. And then last, again, as noted, we're looking at a project that needs to be provided a decision applying the city's current code. I recognize there are ideas to amend the code, but the city has a legal duty to give them a decision, one way or the other, on current code. And that is my recommendation that we do so. And then my last recommendation to the commission is that the decision be made today. This project has come through this commission a couple of times. It's been refined significantly. We've gone through Historic Preservation Commission. I think we're at the point where we're ready for a decision. And I recognize that either one or the other side is likely to appeal to council, and that's okay. That process exists in our code. That process can happen. I think we're looking at moving it forward. So with that, we'll take, my recommendation, Chair, would be any questions from the commission, and then public comment. And I note we have a number of folks on the Zoom, and I'm guessing there's a number of folks at City Hall as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Yes, any commissioners have questions for staff? By the way, we will start the public hearing, if that's what we call this portion of it, with the applicant's presentation. Then we'll have members of the audience, real or virtual. Commissioner Lottis, please go ahead.
Well, I have a lot of questions, but I'll ask one right now. So on the seating for the restaurant and the bar, there's that outdoor space. Is the seat? So we have a total of what do we got? 100 and something, 108 space seating for total for the restaurant and the bar. Does that include seating out there in the patio for the bar? It does.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. It wasn't clear in this that I could pick up. So thank you.
Any other
That's it.
commissioners have questions to clarify this case for staff? Yes, Vice Chair Nolan, please go ahead.
Vice Chair Nolan, you're on mute.
Thank you. Yes, I just had a question. This is for Mr. Summers. You just went over the items in the conditions of approval. Would you mind just restating the first one you made? I thought it was attachment A, page 3, but I may have got that incorrect. I just want to make sure I got it all.
Of course. It's in, not in attachment A in the main resolution. It's in the exhibit 1 to attachment A, which is the minor variance approval, those
Yes.
conditions and findings. And it's in the 3rd page of that document. Condition number 6 should be struck entirely.
Okay, good. I think that's what I got. I just wanted to make sure. All right, that was my only question.
Okay. Well, I have, Commissioner Bennett, please go ahead.
I have one question, but I'm not certain of when the question should be asked. But I note in the agreement that has been developed between staff and the applicant, that it appears that a piece of boilerplate language concerning the hours of construction have been used, which show that hours of construction would be 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. And I note that at least 2 and probably 3 of the facades of this piece of property face at least one full block of non-residential space. In other words, the face on Ojai Avenue faces across the street to the theater and to a restaurant and again, other things which are not residential. Same is true on the east side where it faces a pharmacy, a gallery, a burrito shop. And it seems to me that having the hours of construction be 7 a.m. to 5 a.m. moves the construction into the period of time of greatest usage by the public of the streets in that area. And that this may be, as you see in some cities, an instance where, because it's surrounded by non-residential, that the construction should take place at night. Because frankly, I think that, you know, it's going to be least disruptive to the community. Now, maybe it's not all four sides, maybe it's three of the four sides, but is it possible, one, that could be done under this agreement, is a question to staff, and could it be done, or could it be done later if it's not done at this point in time? Because I realize it's an issue that has not been fully ventilated, and I didn't catch it, frankly, in earlier drafts. So when I was going through
It's standard language to
to
limit construction from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., yes.
Right, and in a residential neighborhood, I see the efficacy of that, but I don't see it when it's in when the property is surrounded at least on three sides and probably four with no residential things. I'm just thinking about speed of construction, if that's possible. So.
It also would have to do with how much the construction would encroach onto any of the four streets that surround the property.
Right.
And I don't know that, maybe we can ask that of the applicants.
So I don't know when that should be inserted and/or when a modification could be made if that was the case. But I would sure prefer to have that construction taking place at night.
Yeah, and that's in
Daytime.
that's in condition 7H7 on page 13 of attachment A.
Yeah.
Let's come back to that. Okay, any other questions from commissioners?
And Chair, if I could jump in on that question about construction hours. Generally, the hours as noted in H7H7 are the hours in the city's code regarding construction. The commission could authorize different hours if that was the commission's desire. And I would recommend asking the applicant what hours, because I don't know if they would prefer day or night. I believe they intend to ask for adjusted hours. That would be a question to ask the applicant to then go from there.
Okay.
The other note is the code, the hours, the code contemplates adjustments. The code does not contemplate adjustment from the prohibition on work on weekends or city holidays. But the hours on the other days could be adjusted. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other commissioners? Okay, I have a few, and one I want to hit right from the outset. I discussed it with Lucas this afternoon. This is condition 3 and 3A2 specifically. This is on page 8 of attachment A, which is the resolution. It says right now, it is the applicant/property owner's responsibility to ensure that hotel guests utilize the valet parking. In my humble, non-attorney opinion, that is not an enforceable rule. I don't think it is something that the city could legally enforce. Take an example. My wife and I live about a half mile from the El Roblar site. If we walked down to have lunch or dinner, would the El Roblar people be forced under this condition to refuse us entry because we did not drive up to the porte cochere in a vehicle and turn keys over to a valet? That's what the plain language says to me. And I don't think the city could, for example, rule that any person who in any sense decided to patronize a specific business in this town would be unable to park in an otherwise legal public parking space anywhere in town in order to patronize that business. I grant you the city council could pass such an ordinance, but I would ask the city attorneys if you think that that would survive a court challenge. In my humble opinion, it would not. And I think we need to change condition 3. I have no problem with saying the applicant needs to encourage hotel guests and patrons to use valet parking, but I see no way that the city could enforce it, and I don't see any way that the city could force the applicant to enforce it. Mr. Summers.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Happy to answer questions on this or clarify this one. The city will enforce this condition not by regulating those who don't arrive by car, but by regulating what happens to the cars when people arrive at the hotel. So if someone comes to town and walks to the hotel for a stay, an event, whatnot, and they walk in, doesn't apply. If they arrive by car and they park their car legally somewhere else, that's okay too. I cannot prohibit people from parking legally in other locations. If they arrive and park their car at the hotel, that's where I can regulate, the city can regulate it. And there, the prohibition would be that you cannot self-park. You have to valet the vehicle. So I would be, to clarify that, consider in that section, condition 3A2, the second sentence, it is the applicant property owner's responsibility to ensure that hotel guests arriving by car at the hotel or car vehicle utilize the valet parking provided as part of the registered guest stay at the hotel. So what we're doing is we're regulating those guests who arrive by car cannot self-park on any of the hotel parking. It has to be valet only. But yes, anyone who walks up, we won't, that I agree would be an unenforceable condition.
And
at this
anyone
time,
could drive up and park, say, over by the Playhouse, walk across the street and have lunch.
that would
once-
be fine as long as they're legally parking at the Playhouse.
Once we
or on the street.
clarify the language in condition 3A2.
Yeah, so that is our recommended clarification, adding that reference, guests arriving by car at the hotel and then go on shall utilize valet parking. Thank you.
All right? I guess I have one for the applicants then. I notice attachment A, page 17. This is condition 16. I note that the Municipal Code 5-10.03A20 prohibits smoking, presumably either tobacco or cannabis, with reference back to the code 4-26.02, in hotel rooms and other spaces subject to the exemption in 5-10.07E and F, that is separately ventilated rooms. First, does this prohibition apply to smoking on the outdoor patio or balcony areas associated with hotel rooms? I don't understand the legal writing that's here and what restrictions it puts on the applicant and the hotel guests. Mr. Summers?
So number one is the question for the applicant would be, I don't know if they're planning to prohibit smoking entirely. A number of the hotels in the city just do that as an outright rule beyond our code. So that'd be my question for the applicant, and I'll ask that they cover that in their comments. But as to the code requirements, the city's default standard, yes, as you noted, smoking is prohibited in hotels and motels unless there are separately ventilated rooms that are less than half of the number of rooms on site. And then those rooms can be used for smoking. I do not know if that is the proposal, that they're proposing anything to be done at that scale. In other words, I'm not, again, is the applicant planning to allow smoking?
There's no
They have the right to
HVAC
prohibit
in
it.
the drawings that I saw, so I couldn't tell if there was.
Right,
any
and normally the ventilation systems come at the building permit level, not at the
Right.
not at this level. So for outdoor spaces, the general rule is outdoor spaces and a place of employment would be prohibited smoking. We have an exception for private balconies in multi-unit residences in certain cases, but only if those are only if those don't otherwise impact other folks. So generally, yeah, a patio, balcony, whatnot in a hotel in a place of employment, smoking is prohibited there too, unless you have a designated, like the smoking area usually designated next to the trash can.
So the balconies attached to the hotel rooms that are on the proposed south or front facade of the hotel, smoking is also prohibited there.
Yes, that would
Okay.
be, yes, that would be prohibited there too. And like I said, I think to me, the key question is, does the applicant plan to ban smoking entirely anyway? Which would take care of it if they do.
Yeah, a follow-up to that, if the applicant determines that a given smoking activity, whether it's in a room or on a balcony, does not comply with the code, how are those code restrictions to be enforced? Does the applicant call the police?
So if I understand the question, it's if somebody who's smoking without permission does, in a place that's not allowed, does so, then how is that enforced?
Correct.
So the applicant, one, can use their existing security staff, or the way any other hotel does, where the front desk manager tells the guest, we're going to kick you out if you don't stop violating the rules. The applicant can also call the sheriffs. They can also call code enforcement. Depending on the situation, code enforcement will then call the sheriffs. So in the end, it's the sheriffs. And then as to the city, if we, for example, if we received complaints in about people smoking where not allowed and that wafting into other neighborhoods, then we would contact the hotel owner and tell them you need to fix this. And if they don't, then we have our citation and our code remedies.
Okay. I'd like to ask a question about condition number 24 on page 18 of attachment A. I've seen this sort of language before in another case, but I'm wondering, it says on an annual basis, reporting is required by the applicant or property owner as to hotel activities, the event center space, and some other items. By the current language of the resolution, this is a permanent requirement and annual reporting is required in perpetuity. Is that correct?
As presently proposed, yes, and that could be adjusted to a shorter term condition were that the commission's desire.
Okay.
And if you'll allow me to make one clarification on the smoking piece, I misspoke about apartments. I want to make sure the record's clear. The city prohibits smoking in any unit in a multi-unit residence and prohibits smoking in any exclusive use area. So a private balcony in an apartment complex, smoking is prohibited there too, even though it's outside. And the only exceptions are 100% separately ventilated units and the designated outside smoking area in the common area near the trash cans or similar. So the same rule would apply to the hotel. Outside patios, smoking prohibited. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm asking this so that now we commissioners, the people in the room and the people listening out there in television land understand the rules as they are written in the current code. Thank you. Let me see. Condition 32, this is on page 19. It says the approved uses, which includes cooking, shall not generate or emit any visible dust, gases, or smoke except for heating or cooling and operation of motor vehicles. I've never seen a restaurant that didn't emit heated air, visible heated gases. I'm wondering if we can make this a little more specific or add to that, except as necessary for cooking activities, food preparation activities, something in there. Because I think it's going to be something that the applicant cannot control, and therefore, it looks like an impossible request.
Duly noted.
And I'd suggest there, no objection to adding cooking and food production in the list of exceptions. Obviously, a restaurant's going to emit some amount of smoke.
Yeah. All right. I'll come back to questions for the applicants later. I'm just trying to make sure the city has all of its ducks in a row.
I actually feel it's a little premature to be discussing conditions because, I mean, we don't know what action the commission's going to take, so.
I
it's-
agree. Okay, I'm happy to hold
that's
all
all.
my questions
I'm a little uncomfortable with
on the
that.
resolution.
Well, clarification questions, I think, are in order. So if there's
Okay.
clarification questions, that'd be fine.
Okay,
But not, obviously, we need no votes until after we get to that stage, certainly.
okay.
Thank you.
I have a question, just a clarifying question.
Please,
Are
go ahead.
we voting on the design, the two options on the design, or has that already been decided and part of the proposal? Part of attachment A?
So at this time, the applicant has asked for approval of design option 1, which is the arches. So, and that's the one that the Historic Preservation Commission also recommended approval of. The commission, so thus, and staff concurs in that recommendation. So the request would be an up or down vote on the project with design option 1. The commission could, in terms of your options, disapprove option 1 and approve option 2, or approve option 1 in the project.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yep, okay. That's all the questions I have for staff. Yes, Mr. Bennett.
On that last point, I'd like a little bit more clarification as to when an appropriate discussion of options 1 and 2 would be had, and because I do have a question of the applicant concerning, I noticed that they have agreed in the option they've chosen with the Historic Preservation Commission, but I was wondering if one design or the other had any financial impact, whether there's one at a higher
Be a
cost or another
Good
one.
question for the applicants, I
Right.
think, yeah.
Yep, okay,
Okay?
yeah, I'll do it at that time.
Any other commissioners have any questions to clarify the case with staff before we move on? Hearing none, then let's open the public hearing and we'll start with the applicants. Who wishes to start here? And by the way, I don't know, Sherry, how many people do we have in the waiting room? Can you tell? 20 or more. Huh. Okay.
Although I would
I-
note, Chair, that
I
looking
think-
at the list of attendees on the Zoom, not all of those are going to be commenting. Some of them are unlikely to be
Yeah,
commenting,
okay.
but it looks like a pretty good amount.
We have what looks like about 15 or 20 here in the room with us. And so I'm going to say, let's start with 2 minutes a person and see where we go from there. But the applicants, as usual, do not have the same time limit. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay, good evening. I just want, Lucas, when we're going through the slides, do I just cue you when to switch slides, or? I think you're on mute, Lucas.
And need to bring that back up to full screen if it's possible. Is that right?
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, can you see this screen?
Yeah, if we can go to full screen, it'd be better.
Here.
But
Is there a full screen option that I'm not seeing here? This isn't a PDF, so it's a little bit more difficult for me to put into a full screen.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll just try and cue through it. Well, good evening. My name is Ramin Shamshiri, and I wanted to start by thanking everyone for taking the time to review our proposed renovation tonight, as well as having the informative reviews that we did last December and this past January. We think they're incredibly helpful in getting us to where we are today.
I think this is our 5th meeting so far.
I think so. And we also want to thank Lucas and James for all your efforts over the past few years and getting us here again tonight. So thank you both very much. I wanted to again introduce our team. I have Warner Ebbing and Jeremy McBride and Eric Good here in attendance. And again, my name is Ramin Shamshiri. We're the 4 principals for the project. And I don't want to be too redundant with our presentation to the commission, but wanted to quickly run through an abbreviated version of our presentation of the project, again, for those of the public that were not familiar with it, and or to simply refresh it in everyone's minds. Our proposed project intends to renovate and restore the hotel, most recently known as the Oaks, into the Hotel Roblar, which was the original name of the hotel when it was built by Edward Libby in 1919. We started this process almost 3 years ago, months prior to closing escrow on the property, which occurred in the fall of 2019. We began conversations with the city of Ojai on permitting our project to essentially reestablish its historic entitlements. It was a full-service, 50-room hotel that had 50 parking spots, and based on our initial zoning report, it was historically underparked by 34 cars. Our intention is to bring the building back to its original roots and make the entire property feel like it's always been there, an integral part of the history of Ojai. And we're truly honored and humbled to carry on the tradition of this iconic property. And we were thrilled when the Clough family chose our group to purchase the property because they felt it was in the best interests of the city. And we intend to treat it with the utmost respect and care, both architecturally and socially, and hope to create a place that not only caters to visitors, but also can capture the spirit of the local community and invite them to share in all the amenities. The hotel is over 100 years old, and everything we are proposing works within the historic entitlements and uses of the site. We believe the ultimate aesthetic impact will be minimal and will help improve the look and feel of the site while implementing the conveniences, efficiencies, and amenities of a modern full-service hotel. The obvious challenge for the project is the existing parking configuration. How can we open up the public spaces that we read so much about from the 1920s to the 50s and comply with current codes? How can we do this when there really hasn't ever been enough parking to begin with on the site? Additionally, from our perspective, given the visual opportunity we have, as the hotel is one of the first things you see as you drive into downtown Ojai, it seems ideal to limit the visual exposure to cars and parking that we have today and create more of a pedestrian-friendly hotel rather than a motor lodge. We'd like to now walk you through some of our initial presentation, which I think you've seen, but I will try and race through it for those to refresh everybody. Lucas, if we can get to the next page. So we were originally inspired by the architectural style of the building and looked to Irving Gill, who mentored Mead and Requa before they opened their own practice and hired Libby to work on a good portion, and were hired by Libby to work on a good portion of the downtown historic core. If we skip through, these are some early photos and drawings of the site. Lucas, we can go to the next one. There's some images, and then the next one, and the next one. So this is the existing current site plan that we have today, and if we can go to the next one, Lucas, this is our proposed site plan. As noted, we'd like to remove a good bit of the parking on the perimeter to replace it with more landscaping so that you're not looking at a building surrounded by cars, but with curb cuts in the sidewalks, but rather a nicely landscaped perimeter with usable sidewalks. Our proposed plan will result in a reduction of 10 parking spots on the actual property, while adding an additional 9 street parking spots open to the public that don't exist today. So the net loss on site would be 1 spot. And this doesn't include the 28 spots that we have secured off-site in private locations. We want to encourage pedestrian foot traffic that brings vibrancy to a community. As you know, the Playhouse, Libby Park, the playground, the tennis courts, the bowl, the museum, Bart's Books, the library, the market, the arcade of shops, everything is within a 5-minute walk of the hotel. If we can go to the next slide, please, Lucas. This is our proposed facade on Ojai Avenue, which would reincorporate the original pedestrian arch built in 1919. We wanted to clean up and simplify the facade by extending the current arched arcade that supports the balconies above. This is option 1, which we feel is more romantic and pleasing architecturally. It creates a seamless transition from the required structural columns to support the balconies. And we feel it's more aligned with the downtown historic core and complements it rather than competing with it by using arches that are a different scale than what exists in the core. If we can go to the next one, this is option 2, which has balconies that are supported by round columns. We can make this work, and we would likely cover it in vines, but the transition is not as seamless, and it may feel a little more brutal or utilitarian than option 1 by removing the romanticism of the arches. Also, the elevation of the balcony is a bit out of scale to have sit on these columns and in this vernacular. And the columns were more often used to support a trellis or something with a thinner profile than balconies. But quite simply, we just don't think it'll be as elegant as option 1. We can go to the next slide. It has the 2 options next to each other. So in October of last year, we were told we had to go through a historic review, as you know, and we were a bit surprised as this came up late in the process, but we followed all the city protocols, completed a new historic resources report, presented our facade options to the Historic Commission, and after much back and forth on the legality of the Secretary of Interior standards, they supported us 5-0 in favor of our preferred facade, which was option 1 with the arches. If we can go to the next slide. In our research, we also found some original drawings and photos of the interior, which we used as a basis for our plans. We can go to the next slide. This is an image of the original fireplace. We can go to the next slide. And this is an interior rendering of the lobby, which is based on those drawings, as we'd like to bring back the original rock fireplace and the board and bat paneling and use classic terracotta tiles for the floor. We can go to the next slide. This is this different perspective of the lobby. And the next slide. This is the line drawings of the restaurant in the main lobby on Ojai Avenue, and this is the one we'd like to have open to the public. We can go to the next slide. This is the same restaurant, and the next slide. This is the proposed breakfast and lunch restaurant facing the pool. It's on the north side of the building, and one of the areas we are proposing to demolish is the north facade. It has a mid-century look right now, and it's not in keeping with the characteristics of the rest of the property. So we hope to bring back the original character of the building with a more Spanish-style elevation. We can go to the next slide. This is the proposed banquet hall, originally known as the Flamingo Room. I think it pointed out that this was an addition, I think, in Lucas's slides, but it's slightly expanded, but it remains within the footprint, existing footprint of the hotel, so it's not really going off the current size. And we can go to the next slide. These are just our proposed guest rooms. And I think there's one more, Lucas, after this. Yeah. So overall, we hope to create an experience that captures the essence of Ojai and allows visitors and locals to appreciate our beautiful downtown historic core. Concurrently, we hope to bring more foot traffic and revenue to local businesses while restoring and improving the TOT tax and sales tax revenues lost since the closure of the Oaks. As I'm sure you may know, 2 weeks ago, an ordinance was presented in City Council that would have derailed our proposed parking plan, as well as jeopardized the entire project. An ordinance that misinformed the public in noting that Valet would monopolize public parking spots. Nowhere have we ever suggested to take any public parking spots, and all of our proposals intended to use private lots not currently available to the public. And as noted earlier, we're in fact adding 9 street parking spots that don't exist today that we don't get credit for in our proposed plan. This ordinance came up 2 weeks before this hearing, after we have spent roughly 3 years and millions of dollars in carrying costs, real estate acquisitions, and fees for various studies and reports to help resolve a perceived parking problem. For this to come up at this point in the process was simply unjust and discriminatory and seemed to undermine the established protocols of the city. You know, if there's significant concern about solving the parking problem, then we should hire an experienced city planner to come up with a thoughtful, comprehensive plan to help resolve it. Not an 11th hour ordinance against one business that has been working tirelessly to come up with a variety of solutions to help resolve what is a historical shortage. Now we're being asked to pay in lieu fees after 3 years of going back and forth thinking we were working to solve this problem. Fees that have been waived for a number of businesses on Ojai Avenue that have opened up in the last few years and provide no parking at all. And if this was the path forward, we would be happy to have paid these proposed fees 3 years ago, as they're minute compared to the costs we've had to endure to go through this entire process. But at this point, you know, given all that we've been going through, it just doesn't feel just or appropriate to saddle our project with additional fees and costs, and certainly not in the spirit of what we've been trying to achieve together. You know, we've been playing along by the rules set in front of us for 3 years, and rules that seem to change, you know, sporadically every time we have a meeting or a hearing. You know, we've watched a number of businesses open up on Ojai Avenue, and a number of businesses continue to operate, most of which have little or no parking at all. We've presented a variety of proposals with options that provide significantly more parking spaces than our predecessor, with all the same entitlements, except that we want to open the restaurant to the local community. So if the idea is to push for open to all parking, then shouldn't we be afforded the same freedoms as the other businesses on Ojai Avenue that don't have to adhere to any parking requirements? As locals, this is really a passion project for us, and none of us want to lose the soul of Ojai. You know, we imagine the site will continue to evolve as we manage through it together. We can't, you know, really predict everything that's going to happen, but we know that our hearts and intentions are in the right place, and we'll work together to resolve any issues that come up. As business owners, we can no longer really rely on our passion or our good intentions and need to take some concrete steps forward, or we simply need to reconsider some options for this project. At this point tonight, we ask that the representatives of the city be forthcoming, consistent, and true to your process. Help us move this project ahead and restore this site to its original glory. Thank you again for all your time this evening, and I was going to introduce Jeremy now to go over some of the specifics of the parking plan. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair, Commission.
Evening.
I'd like to take a moment to introduce some of our extended team, some present here today and some on the line. Joe Androlaitis, who's here today, our architect of record. Bill Delvac, our land use and historic resources consultant and lawyer, as well as Ginger Anderson from Stantec Consulting, who advised us on our parking study and some further land use analysis. I'm not going to, we didn't coordinate as well as I'd like to, Ramin and I, but I'd like to kind of first start by explaining that our vision for the property is one that will serve residents as well as visitors without being a burden on the community. And I think we've talked enough about this proposal of this off-site parking ban, and I wish it didn't happen, but in a way I'm happy it came up in a form that we had an opportunity to address. What we've gone through over the last 2 years, and more importantly over the last 6 months, has been a really amazing process with staff And I thank you for all the time that's been put into it effortlessly in a way to support us to this point today. Now, we're happy to accept what staff has proposed, because that's what we told the commission we would do in January. We would come back with a plan that we would figure out together. But we do not feel the in lieu fee proposal is appropriate, because providing the spaces is actually the solution. And the solution will be implemented immediately. And we have that today. We have more than enough spaces to satisfy our parking demand, versus paying into a fund that may be used some other time. If anything in our proposed plan turns out to be a public nuisance, we have the opportunity to correct it through annual reviews and code enforcement. And that's what we've committed to. We both share the same goal on a parking plan that works to protect the public interest, in our case, create the type of guest experience that this hotel deserves. And there's no question we're providing adequate parking. We worked hard, long with city staff, neighbors, some of whom are here today who voiced their opinion, and we've since resolved conflicts with our plan and worked with some of the best people on this matter to resolve it. We've heard constantly how appreciated we have been as an applicant team, and it feels that way, but sometimes, you know, it's very challenging to think about how our commitment is jeopardized in a way to continue to take this on. We have a great team filled with excellent competencies in design and operations, and those who have incredible community roots of Ojai. All who've dedicated the time and resources to bring this hotel back to its historical significance. And we want to make a difference with this project in our community, not just for hotel bed tax and accommodations for visitors. We want to provide something beyond what's available today on site that extends beyond what I just mentioned. And we ask you respectfully that you grant us approval required to make this historical asset a reality. In the meantime, I have a packet that I prepared that gets a little bit more granular on some of the parking exhibits you've seen, which has been in your packet. We can go through together. And to the extent there are any questions from our team tonight, we're here and available. I do have a lot of comments on the conditions. I'm ready to talk them out, but we can get to that point when the time is right.
Okay.
Would someone wouldn't mind sharing the slide.
Lucas, do you have some more slides to share?
Is it the same one? Is that what we're talking
Yeah, it's the same one. It's just the next next slide.
What's the next slide? Okay.
Save you a step. It's just the next page.
All right.
This is how we got to the requirement. I don't know if it's important to bring up now, but for those who are listening for the first time, we have engaged a parking consultant to identify from our project description how many spaces were required for our uses. In this discussion from early December and January, in this Planning Commission session, we had identified this demand calculation created by the Institute of Transportation Engineers that helped us decide and determine our parking generation for our project. What we've determined is our site for our uses requires 78 parking spaces, and that's the baseline that we're using today for discussion. Next page, please. This is a little hard to read. I'm just going to skip because there's a reference in the packet, but I do want to call out a couple things. One, in terms of reestablishing parking, and there's a lot of conversation about taking spaces off-site. If anyone who's been to this site and understand the perimeter conditions, there is more of a problem and difficulty managing parking at the existing condition than it would be if we manage, and that's the reason why we're proposing a valet service. It's a service, and the service is to manage the parking so it does not become a public nuisance. We would prefer not to do it, but we think it's a better experience for the guests and a better experience to manage actual parking demand in the way we need to comply with the required demand and spaces needed. We are making, through the experience and closing off some of the perimeter parking, repatriating 9 public spaces. 9, not 8. 9 including Ventura Street. So I want to make that also clear. At our expense, we are adding 9 public parking spaces. while still fulfilling our requirement for parking. It's been a long road. We are happy to be where we are today, but I do want to point out the adding of parking as well as some of our views on the satisfaction of in lieu as a solution. Next page, please. We've seen this site plan before. Exhibit B is the main site, as Ramin kind of pointed out, and so did Lucas. That's where we have the hotel operation. We have 40 parking spaces available through Tandem, and that's going to be valet managed. Directly behind the hotel, Exhibit C is 202 Ventura. We are going to have 18 spaces there. We also have some privacy built in to accommodate some of the neighbor requests, and we're going to limit hours of operation from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And for the most part, it will be tandem parking. Exhibit D, Beacon Lot, is what we call it. There is currently a vacant lot behind the shop. That has 21 spaces. We've talked at length of the use of those spaces, and we've come down to a place of using it for 15 vehicles. That is going to be for hotel staff only, and will not be used for valet parking. Next slide, please. Next one. This is just a zoomed-in configuration of how the parking calculations work. We have 31 spaces in the southeast lot and 9 short-term porte-cochere spaces that we're able to fit into the plan well enough to accommodate the 40 on-site. Next slide. Currently, 202 Ventura is a vacant lot. It has challenges. There are 3 protected trees there. Included in the packet, we have a arborist report which indicates some of the root protection zones that we're honoring. But this plan is tight but very efficient for our needs and directly behind the hotel. There is a ad here which we thought would be a nice touch considering the underutilized space on Ventura side of the street where we introduce a public bench for access and install it there with some landscaping and everything else. So 2 beautiful trees, if you haven't been over there, that exist there today. Next slide. This is the evolved Beacon lot. The current, one of our partners owns a lease of this property, and through that we have this long extension of the ability to use parking as part of a shared use in code. After hours, we have the right to use 51 spaces. We are not presenting that today. We are presenting that we are going to use 15 spaces in the lot that's currently underutilized, which has a capacity, I'll remind you, of 21. So that is going to be for our hotel employees. We think it's a great plan, and we have the ability to manage and control that as part of our operation. Next page. I think that might be it. Is that it?
That's the last one, yeah.
Okay, that's it. That's all I have on parking. Any questions?
Any commissioners have questions for the applicants? Commissioner Lottis, go ahead, please. I think you're muted.
Okay, I'm unmuted.
There you go.
Hi, Jeremy, and thanks for the presentation.
Sure.
Just a question on the number of employees per shift, and I guess I'm sure shifts differ, but there was something in attachment 3C that talks about 30 to 40 on-site employees. And then in the staff report, we're talking about 15 to 30. So I wasn't sure. I mean, how many employees at any one time, or are we talking about?
30 to 40.
Okay, but there's only 15
They're all going to
cars
park in
per
those 15
employee.
spaces?
Not all of them. Remember, as part of the calculation within ITE and the uses defined as a hotel accommodation, they already have built in a factor for employees. So hotel employees are included in the required number of parking spaces. We have 15 spaces designated for hotel employees. The rest will share with the spaces we have available for hotel guests and for visitors who are parking in lots. So for
Okay.
example, 202 Ventura also may be used for employee parking if needed. If those 15 spaces are full, we would have them park at one of our on-site locations.
Okay, so that's more of an overflow
Correct,
lot for employee parking.
correct.
Okay, on the, I noticed on the site plan, the off-site lot on Ventura, it looks like there's only a 4-foot high, so this isn't about cars, but there's only a 4-foot high fence or wall, I think. And I'm wondering, why is it only 4 feet? I think that's between the lot and the residential units next door.
Right now in the exhibit, it's proposed as a 6-foot wooden fence.
Okay, I guess I didn't, I needed my magnifying glass.
That's
I'm sorry
it's a
if I-
bit small, sorry, but it's
read that wrong.
it's a 6-foot wooden fence, and that's
It
what
is.
we had discussed with the neighbor.
Okay, that's fine. I think for parking, oh, okay, and where is so we have the circulation plan for the valet parking, how that will operate?
Yes.
How will where will the employees actually cross Ojai Avenue?
There's several crosswalks, just depending on their path of travel.
There are lighted crosswalks at Kenyatta and at Ventura Street, as well as at Signal.
Can you
which has a signal.
put that map up again and show me? I mean, I assume they're pretty much. Well, which is the most likely? Is there a lighted where's the lighted crosswalk? I didn't go out there today to actually. I mean,
There's one right in front of Beacon.
I don't know if it's going to be displayed on here. We might have to show a map or something, but we can come back
Okay.
to that.
There's one right in front of at the
Right
library.
in front of Beacon at Kenyatta. There's one at the.
Where's
and
Kenyatta? Let me see here.
Kenyatta is right at the left edge of that map. Right
Okay,
there.
they're not going to go that way, I'm sure. That's
Then
a longer
there's a lighted crosswalk at the southwest corner of the property, right across from the library.
okay. So that's
And
the one
there's
they
the
would use.
signal
Okay.
at Signal Street, yeah.
That's wait a minute. Yeah, signal's over there. The lighted crosswalk is where you've got the arrow right now. Is
Painted
that right?
crosswalks by the museum, but there's no rapid rectangular flashing beacons.
Okay, so, okay, all right, well, that's, okay. That's
just-
what I wanted. I wanted clarification on what crosswalks and
Right.
what mechanisms, if anything, are at that crosswalk, so.
Yeah, the
okay.
southwest and southeast corners of the hotel property will both have safe pedestrian crossings.
No, wait a minute. But the one they would be most likely to use is the one on, oh God, I can't see.
One
the
right
name.
by the library there, the southwest corner of the property, yeah.
Okay. I thought that was a lighted, you push a button and the
That's correct.
light. Okay,
Correct.
all right. Okay. Thank you.
And if Chair and Commissioners, if I may jump in, it may be worth noting that there, of course, are long-term various improvements planned for the crosswalks along Ojai Avenue as part of the ATP project, the Active Transportation Project. I forget that map off the top of my head, but I know there are some improvements proposed for these,
There
some
may
of
be
these
another one at
crosswalks as
Blanche,
part of
I
that
don't know.
project. Also, of course, bear in mind, there is the traffic signal at Signal Street,
Right,
which of course creates a safe pedestrian crossing.
yeah.
Thank you.
At Signal, yeah, but that's that's kind of a long way to work. So the ATP, I don't remember that part of it, but Matt,
It has various improvements and for the crosswalks. Like I said, I forget the
Okay.
exact improvements,
Yeah.
and it's
Okay.
still in
He's
process.
putting in like
Right.
a dozen crosswalks, something like that.
Right.
Okay. But the improvement, is that better lighting system?
It varies by
Are you-
crosswalk. Some are better lighting systems. Some are the pedestrian activated remote radio, are rectangular remote flashing beacons.
Okay.
Some are additional lighting in street lighting and medians and striping. It varies by crosswalk, and that's where I forget. But I just wanted to note that there are improvements proposed for these crosswalks. In addition to, again, there is the existing signalized intersection at Ojai Avenue and Signal that will ensure a safe opportunity to cross.
However, that's the longer way to work. So I'm not optimistic that that would get used as much as something closer. So, okay.
We surveyed a lot of people who work in the arcade, and believe it or not, they park quite far away. So it's really not that far of a distance.
That 500 feet is less than a 5-minute walk.
Yes.
I'm just making the point that people parking over there would want to use the most convenient, direct route as possible.
Right.
Sure.
That's likely right in front of the library there.
Right. Which has the flashing beacons.
Yeah.
So, okay. That's all I have on parking. I
Right,
I
thank
do
you.
have more questions.
Any other commissioners with questions for the applicant? Yes, Commissioner Lottis?
I do have more questions. It's not on parking. So, you know, in general, I admire what you are trying to do with this project. And I know that feel like you've been through the wood chipper perhaps. But this is the process. And the Planning Commission has only had some concept reviews that are very general in nature of discussion. We have never had that chance to discuss the whole project in its entirety and to delve into issues that have been they're there. So that's the purpose of tonight. And I get the idea that we want to move fast, but I just want to put it out there that we deserve this meeting. We're not being mean. I think it's our duty to thoroughly evaluate this project and make a decision. So anyway, what I want to ask about is what are you doing about reducing your carbon emissions in terms of installing heat pumps for water heating and space heating and electrification basically throughout? What are you doing with anything to kind of be perhaps ahead of the curve, but given the the most recent information we've had out on global warming, it's pretty scary. And we really need to, I'm hoping that you are visionary and you have gotten the message and you have good ideas about what you're doing with along that line.
Well, great question. And that is the expectation of travelers today as well, which we hope to accommodate with a pretty comprehensive guest experience program focused on sustainability, from materials used in the rooms to a carbonless experience of checking in. That's the idea for us ultimately. More specifically, and this is kind of current and it's ongoing, to be very honest with you, because there's lots of studies we need to take part in once we lock our concept, because as you know, there's a lot of configuration moving. We have a broader plan to conduct studies around rain harvesting, some gray water solutions that we're looking at with guest rooms to support other facilities. But the most important thing that we just actually finalized was as it relates to reduction in savings through investment in infrastructure, plumbing, fixtures, equipment, for just the main use in transient hotel rooms. We're projected to save roughly about 500,000 gallons a year of water, just through basic management through fixtures that are low flush, higher quality, and more modern systems and piping and stuff like that. So that's kind of where we're at the current moment, is evaluating still. A lot of it depends again on the locking of the plan, but on just operational initiatives, reducing materials, as well as obviously fixtures and equipment. That's certainly a huge chunk of it, and certainly while we're on site.
What's your feeling about complying with the REACH code? It's not required right now, but for what you're doing, but how do you feel about that?
And before you answer the question, Mr. McBride, thank you, Commissioner Lottis, for noting that the REACH codes are not required. Let me unpack that a moment for the general public who maybe not have followed that one as closely as we have. The city requires that any new building that is a new construction after January 1st, 2021, be all electric without natural gas service. There are a number of exceptions. One of those applies to this project that exempts any remodel or modification of any residential or non-residential building issued a certificate of occupancy before January 1st, 2021. So as noted, it's voluntary here, but with that, I'll defer to the applicant. Thank you.
Nothing specific right now for us. Honestly, we've been really focused on this process and getting our construction resources focused on mobilizing. But we have in our hearts through the applicant team and what we do even in our spaces today and what we're doing in conservation and water with some of the best resources in the community to help guide us. That's to the extent we know now, but our intention is certainly there. I mean, the other point I will make which is, just an obvious thing. There's this great parking expert, Donald Shoup at UCLA. He has been pretty praised for urban planning, but mainly around the parking issue in America. And what's been widely reported is most of traffic congestion, 30%, comes from people looking for parking. Valet is part of that solution as well as it relates to emissions and waste of time. So I think about that as also an opportunity for us is how we get, how we educate our guests on the impact they have through emissions and driving. There's alternative ways nowadays to get there, and that's why we're encouraging longer stays. But for the most part, it's a core part of our operation and thinking.
I just want to put it out there for your thoughts, or you don't have to respond at this time, but you're doing a substantial remodel. You're not building new, but it is a substantial remodel. And actually there are probably pretty significant subsidies and other financial incentives to put in, for example, the water heaters that heat pump water heaters and heat pumps for other things that are commercial grade. And there is an organization, it's a tri-county organization, C3 REN. It's Ventura County, Santa Barbara County, San Luis Obispo County. And they have put together a group that is out there to help people figure out how to electrify and get off gas. And that's what I'm really asking. What is your intention of getting, just basically not utilizing gas in your operations? There's pretty feasible ways of doing it, and with financial subsidies. So.
I don't have an answer for you right now, but I appreciate the information and we'll look into it.
Commissioner Bennett, go ahead.
Am I to understand you're going to replace all the plumbing fixtures in the hotel?
Yes.
And that, as what you're saying, is going to generate, I know if you ever try and take a shower in a hotel, you don't get the amount of water you get at home, but I've got to believe that there's going to be an enormous savings in that. Question, are you also going to replace the HVAC systems?
Yes.
You are. Well, HVAC systems, contemporary ones as opposed to old ones, use a lot less, and this is really to Commissioner Lottis's question, use a lot less energy to operate a contemporary heating and air conditioning system than it did a heating and air conditioning system built probably at the time that most of these on the property existed. And
Most recent remodel before this, yeah.
So I just, and it's really more To support Commissioner Lottis's question about the importance of it, you may not have been thinking about it per se, but I do believe in both water and HVAC, which is a huge consumer of electricity. I mean, the biggest consumer of electricity you will have will be your HVAC system. You've done it. I had not thought about the fact that you're not having cars circling the block trying to find a parking place, and I do know that takes up a lot of energy as well. But I think the idea that there are potential grants and other things that you can do are a good thing to look at.
Do you want to add something, Joe?
Good evening.
Yeah.
My
Oh,
name's
it would be nice to hear that you've got some vision about this. You know, that you're really starting to think about ways to reduce your energy usage and get off of gas, because it's significantly important, and it's a big component of our carbon footprint, especially locally. And you know, have you even looked at doing solar panels on the roof, for example, or you know, and there's the water heat pumps for heating water.
Can I jump in? I just want to say something. My mother had one of the first houses in California that had solar panels, and her house was on the cover of Sunset magazine, and this is in 1975. And I will just say that this is something we've looked into deeply, and whether it's Xeric landscaping, reducing hardscape that had to do with the parking, getting the mob shop to give us bicycles, so we're using bicycles and pedestrians rather than vehicles. But this is something that I study, and I do. I work a lot with carbon credits around the world, whether it's Madagascar and other countries. And so this is something that we are dedicated to. And I don't want to get totally granular on this tonight, but absolutely, categorically, all of the things that we're doing have a great deal to do with what you're talking about right now. And the parking especially, and the type of landscaping that we're providing is not only low water in many cases, it provides shade. We're doing ceiling fans in the rooms to mitigate the use of air conditioning. So I just want to say that this is not something we take casually. Okay.
I thank you for that. I think, was that Eric? I'm not sure. Yeah. So as I said before, we haven't really had the opportunity to hear about all these other aspects of the project, and tonight's the first night. And so don't take offense at when I ask questions or other people ask questions, because there's a real opportunity here, and I just haven't heard any talk about this subject of reducing the energy consumption and being forward thinking and visionary. And so that's why I'm asking tonight. And it's within the purview of the Planning Commission to condition this project in this way on those items. And in part, that's also why I'm asking, what's your intention?
And that's where I'm going to jump in, if I could, very briefly. With all due respect, it is not within the Planning Commission's power to add requirements that are not in the city's code. City Council adopted the REACH code ordinance exempting remodels, including substantial remodels. City Council action last week reaffirmed that exemption as extant and in our code. So while I applaud the idea of forward thinking and doing anything we can do to combat the climate change crisis, it's a voluntary action by the applicant, not something the commission can mandate. That's beyond the city's power at this time.
Yes.
I recommend.
You're the expert. However, if the applicant is willing, that can be a condition on the project. If the applicant went through the permitting process and sold it to another entity, and certain I'm not saying that condition would have to be in there, but I'm saying that the commission would have the discretion to do that with the willingness of the applicant. And because things happen into the future that it makes it very clear. Somebody knocked me off the air.
No, I think something went on with the tech.
Connection.
So as I understand it, your question is, can the if the applicant asks for us to impose a condition on their project, then yes, we could do that. I believe I heard Mr. McBride state the applicant has not so requested. So we
Can
will
I-
not be doing so at this time.
Can I chime in real quick regarding all this?
Are you one of the applicants?
I'm the architect of
Very good.
record,
Go ahead,
working with the
sir.
project team. My name's Joe Androlitis. I'm a lead accredited professional. I take sustainability very seriously in my work. Just to let you know, the team here, we're replacing every single system in the hotel. It's an antiquated system. It has an old water heating system, has an old HVAC system, it has old toilets, the lighting is inefficient. We're replacing all of that. Based on that alone, we're probably going to reduce the energy demand for the site by 75%. Water demand is going to be reduced by more than 50%. We're putting in low-flow toilets, low-flow fixtures. All the rooms will have occupancy sensors. All the lighting will be LED. All the heaters, majority of them will be electric-based with heat pumps. Water heating is a different story. I'm very familiar with all-electric systems. They work for residential. They're difficult with the water and heating aspects of restaurants and hotels and bigger facilities. So on the water heating side, we're going to stick with gas. It's more efficient. It's more cost effective. But given all that, in addition to the low flow or the zero to low water usage of the landscaping, we're reducing everything significantly. And whether we exceed Title 24 or not, we can determine that. We can share that data with you. So it may achieve one of your reach codes. I don't know. We'll have to look at the energy analysis, but we're meeting all the demand for the energy code by the state of California, and it's going to be a much more efficient and energy-friendly facility when it's all done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Vice Chair Nolan, excuse me.
It's all right. I had a question kind of in line with what we're discussing, but also oftentimes the information like Title 24, including materials board selections, are provided during the design review phase. And even with the landscape, I thought on one of your earlier presentations, you had a planting plan. On this one, I do see you have permeable surfaces, but we didn't get typically we get samples or at least a photo, with the manufacturers and a call out information so that we have an idea like aesthetically what's going on, especially with a commercial project. And I guess the other question would be, and I may have missed this, but did the project fall under MWELO? I mean, I'm hearing from you that yes, you are doing these measures. I just didn't see it spelled out in the plans. And I think, that would be, I think it's important information for us to have.
I think MWELO is incorporated into the municipal code, is it not, Matt?
If it's over 500 square feet, I just wasn't sure because I didn't see the number, but I mean, typically we'll get a planting plan or at least a sample of the material.
Yeah, that would be useful.
Yeah, and as well as the hardscape materials. And I do see they have a lot of permeable surfaces, which I think is great. That once again, you're going to get, be capturing water to that degree. But I just didn't see the materials associated, so we could look at that as well.
Yeah, we do have
Any of the exterior building, I mean, there is one with color on it, but exterior materials and landscape materials.
Yeah, we do have a landscape architect on board, and I believe we submitted all the landscape plans. I think, we just haven't gone through all of it in detail in this particular hearing because we had the previous two hearings and we had, we're trying to kind of address the questions that keep coming up. So I think in that regards, I apologize if we don't have it up at this moment, but we do have.
Yeah, Vice Chair Nolan, the Commissioner Bennett tells me that the landscape construction plan is the next to last large page in the packet.
Yeah, I have the existing conditions and I also have the landscape construction plan. But what I'm not seeing that we normally get is because we actually, this is a design review. So we're also looking at materials, compatibility with, design guidelines, et cetera. And I didn't see, unless maybe it was missing out of my packet, a materials board or a sheet of paper with photos, etc., so that we could see what the overall aesthetic is, and it gives us a little definition of what's going on as well. And maybe staff can respond to that. I know a couple times I had some sheets missing from my packet. Maybe that's the case tonight, and I'm not positive.
I mean, I think it's something we addressed early on in the initial plan, and just given the nature of how we've been doing these meetings, I think we were directed that having a materials board kind of didn't make sense on Zoom, and we kind of presented everything digitally. So, I know that's the normal process, and that's something, if everyone was here, I think we would do a board and bring it in, but I think everything, as far as the building is concerned, we're staying very consistent with the current materials. It's plaster and wood, and I think everything is called out in those drawings.
Right, but the landscape, the plan is actually detailed out.
Yeah.
We just weren't provided with the information as to like what the materials are, what the landscape looks like, the plant material selection, hardscape selection. I mean, it's generically called out, which is good.
And I think it's all
But
called
because
out.
we do design review, we are typically provided with that. And maybe staff can answer.
Yeah, I can respond to the landscaping.
Yeah, that would be
aspect
great. Thank you.
and the details that go within that.
Yeah.
This is a preliminary landscaping plan that you would see, and this is typically what the commission sees at this level. They'll provide more detail at the construction level. There are a number of pages from a construction standpoint that aren't included within this, that are a part of the construction.
I understand that.
Ventilation, all other stuff that goes on with it. You are right. There isn't a colors materials board, but there's call outs within the elevations themselves to identify what those would be specifically. And I think it's important to note that even within the landscaping plan, there's call outs to what those would be, and those details will be provided when it comes forward as a part of the plan check. And that's identified within L-101 landscaping construction plan. There's a number of different references within this document. Like for instance, 32-01 talks about construction permeable pavers being used. And then that's to be identified within the construction documents themselves. So these are meant to be preliminary and not necessarily final.
Correct. So correct me if I'm wrong, and I understand that, and I mentioned that early on. Yes, I went through that, and I think that's great. But why not all other commercial projects are we provided the materials and the aesthetics, because we're doing design review, looking at design guidelines, and we weren't provided with that information. In other words, is the permeable paver, is it a type of brick? If so, what's the color palette? I mean, I know that's the aesthetic part, but it does also tie in with the energy efficiency and the overall feel of the project. So essentially, we have always, like I said, correct me if I'm wrong, especially on commercial projects, or even if it's a residential 2-story, what's the color palette? What are the materials they're using? And we usually weigh in on that as well. But I'm not seeing that level. I know we're not asking for a construction document. I completely understand that, but preliminary materials called out in a little more detail.
Yeah,
I'd have the applicant respond to the pavers aspect. They may already know what they've picked out at this point. It's not identified here simply because it's not something that's required as a part of the landscaping. I know in past projects, I think it's on a case-by-case scenario, depending on the project as it comes forward. Sometimes we have received some of those details early on and some of those color palettes. In this case, we're looking at that from the construction standpoint, not necessarily at this stage that we're looking at.
All right, so then, we have design guidelines that specifically call out, kind of color palettes, et cetera. But in this case, we're not looking at that, is what you're saying.
Exhibit D has the exterior colors.
Yeah, and I'm talking about basically for design review, we don't get into anything on the interior, that's out of our purview, but we do look at the exterior of the building and the landscape.
But that exhibit is in there. I think it's Exhibit D, right, Sherry? Where we have the exterior colors called out, attachment D, sorry.
Yeah, I saw that on the building, but I didn't see any for the landscape at all.
I think, again, my understanding is that all the plants are called out on the landscape plan, so, I mean.
We didn't receive that.
No, if I could jump in here, it is in the packet. It's sheet L 1.1 and sheet L 10L-101. As I understand it, that does call out the entire plant palette. It's not as assembled in the much more easy to read fashion we're typically used to seeing, and I'm not sure why that's the case, but I believe the information is there. And I'd ask if
Maybe
the
I'm
applicant,
missing a sheet then. Maybe I'm missing a sheet. I have those two
Do not
sheets.
have L-101.
I have 101, but that does not specify the plant material
does it,
unless I'm missing something.
maybe we're not on the same place in terms of the level of detail you're looking for, but this is where I would ask that the applicant, I believe, has a landscape architect who could answer these questions much more so than any of us could.
Okay, well.
We don't have him present.
The plans are well done. That's not my point. We just typically have a little bit more level of detail that I'm not seeing here. And we're supposed to be doing design review in addition to, everything else that's part of our review. So
This is a
okay.
major project for Ojai. It is downtown. It is
Yeah.
a huge project for us.
Yeah.
And for us to feel like we have to shove it through, I'm finding that really not in anybody's best interest. So we should have the same things that we have for little minor, tiny design reviews.
Right.
This is a big one. Come on, people.
I think, again, I think all the landscape is all drought tolerant, to be clear. I think it's called out on the plans. We've been following the guidelines that we were given. I think, again, I understand what you guys are asking for. I just think, given that everyone is at this meeting virtually, it seems that those kind of, it seems a little bit different. If we have a material board here that you're looking at on a screen, it's a lot different. So, again, this is all everything that, we discussed this at the December meeting, what we should bring, and we were guided not to have these, that we didn't need these things because everything was virtual. So
We've had virtual meetings basically for the last 2 years, and we've had commercial projects. And either, like I said, they will print out a sheet, you don't have to physically bring in a brick,
yeah.
but you'll have a photo of it and they'll have the manufacturer and, maybe the model number. So then we can get an idea of the color palette and like, oh yes, it's permeable. And the plans that I do have here, there are great. I have no complaint about it. It's just that level of detail that we normally have. And especially, as Commissioner Lotta said, this is a key, it's not tucked in somewhere and nobody's going to see it. It's very visible to the downtown core. So that is why I'm bringing this point up. And we typically do review that material.
And it's a good point. Matt, is it legal to, I know we had at our last meeting but one, we approved a project but withheld the discussion of one aspect of that project for staff and the applicants to work through. This was on a residential property, but is it possible here to exclude the landscaping plan to separate it from the rest of the project and deal with them separately?
Yes, and in fact, that's what's already proposed in the current conditions. Attachment A, page 14, towards the very bottom of the page, which is condition 7, subcondition M, requires a landscaping plan to be provided to the satisfaction of the director. Notes on the next page, page 15, that the director may require additional landscaping during plan check as needed. So yes, we've built in that flexibility. The commission could approve the project, and then the director would then approve the final landscaping plan with the detail that seems to be missing in what we have now. The other thing to recognize is, again, as noted, attachment D does have the colors and materials board virtual fashion, and it calls out, at least the one I have, does call out paint colors by manufacturer and a name and number.
And I need to finish my comment. Yes, and I agree, and I did mention that I did see that sheet, and that's great. The other thing is we always have to review the lighting fixtures. We didn't get those as well.
I confess on that one, my understanding is we did get a lighting fixture plan. That's in.
We got the plan. But we
LT
always
101.
have a materials board, or it could be a plan with photos, or cut sheets that are put on, into a plan. But so we're not essentially, and typically it's, it's more kind of a hybrid between concept and construction documents. But they are the ones that have been selected and called out. And then I do realize that, the final construction documents are turned in for the building permit. I totally get it. But every commercial project that we get, we look at all this, and that material is missing here.
Well-
Like I said, the plans are great, the ones that we got. We just didn't have, there's missing information.
And I have to
I think
say,
it's really important. Yeah,
I
actually.
have to say the condition deferring this to the director, that's not what we're talking about. This
No.
is, this is a,
This
the
is what we review.
specificity
Yeah.
level that the planning commission is responsible for and has a duty to review for the community. We don't defer everything to staff. This is not insignificant.
And I'm not saying this to delay the project. I mean, we haven't voted on it yet,
Sure.
but I'm liking this project. I'm just saying that we need to be thorough about it. We need to do our due diligence as we do for every project, and that portion is missing from our packet. And it's part of our purview to look at that and to review it, and then, ask questions or comment and approve it or not. But that's part of what we do.
Chairman
Would you-
Quilisi.
In addition to the parking.
Chairman Quilisi, I have a question. And I guess it's maybe to Matt, and that is the landscape lighting plan in general is here, but it's not got, for instance, the specific fixtures in it. Just like the landscaping plan for planted materials or green materials doesn't have the level of detail I think that I'm hearing the two commissioners who've been speaking are looking for, and I assume that the landscape lighting comes under the same provision, which is that it will be submitted subsequent. And the question is, can we at this time ask that be brought to us for review? If it's got to be submitted later, as opposed to making it an executive review, could it be made by the commission?
It is within the commission's power to require that return to the commission, yes.
So that
Both
would,
are options,
so that would
delegated to the
bring back
director
to us.
or
and I
required to be reviewed.
I
And I'm
understand
gonna-
what the two commissioners are talking about, and that is, I too have seen a level of specificity in some things. Now, look, the paint colors are there. We got a chance to, take a walk through. We saw what the interiors are gonna look like, not that we have any role over the interiors. But I think there's been a transparent process. I think there's been, unfortunately, there's more appetite for even more transparency on these specific things, and that is the lighting and the plant material and maybe the hardscape materials, the examples of the bricks or the other things which represent the porous material that's going to allow the water to get down into the soil. But can we, as the chair is suggesting, bifurcate that and bring that back as part of a subsequent package, which would that be okay with the way in which the city operates? I mean, are we violating anything if we do it that way?
In other words, if it were possible to separate the details of the landscaping plan, specific identification of planted materials and photographs thereof, and the details of the lighting plan and photographs of the fixtures proposed, can we require that those things come back to the commission for review while the rest of the project can proceed? Is that legal, Mr. Attorney?
Yes, it would be legal to approve the project subject to final commission approval of the lighting plan and the landscaping plan.
By the commission.
Yes, by the commission or by the director, both would be
I,
legal.
I guess what I'm trying to get at here is if you're saying that the whole project would be subject to that, and what we're saying, what I'm trying to say is, can we make the planting plan and lighting plan subject to a second review? So the
Right.
rest of the plan
Right.
has been approved, and they can get going on the rest of the plan. It's just those pieces that they can't get going on. And I'm not saying at this point that's the way we can vote. Anyone's going to vote, but I'm just saying it's a way forward on this issue of the inadequacy or the feeling that there's inadequacy of the specificity of these plans.
While we're discussing the rest of what we're going to discuss before we deliberate,
Yeah.
perhaps Mr. Summers, Matt, or Epi, or both, can look at what sort of language in the resolution would accomplish a second review at the Planning Commission of landscaping and lighting, and a materials board, if that is something you want to see, and separate that. Yes, Vice Chair Nolan.
Yeah, I was just going to mention the city of Ojai has a DRP checklist, and these items are on the checklist, I believe. I mean,
Which we
I'm just
followed,
thinking of every
Commissioner.
project that we've looked at, we look at the lighting, there's like I said, there's a photo of what it is, if it's dark sky friendly, and we can see if it's shielded, and it's got a manufacturer and a call out number, has the finish, and then, it's low voltage LED or whatever it is. And then, we can look at it overall. And the same thing with the landscape, which includes all the hardscape. Usually a general note about the irrigation. I'm not doubting that you're going to do it, but we need to see it. That's part of what we normally look at. And then it usually has at least a concept plant material plan, which we didn't get. With the schedule.
Let me just say one thing if I could, guys. I just want to say that we really want to set the example with this project in all of this, to really show that we are conscientious when it comes to climate change, when it comes to sustainability. I think Commissioner Lottis, and maybe you even Commissioner Bennett, are aware that I just took an orchard that was 27 acres in the east end of Ojai and turned it back into oak woodland to mitigate water and bring back native species at the cost of over $250,000 over the last 6 months. We are trying to set the example for not only the incorporated part of Ojai, but Ojai Valley, because of climate change issues, because of water issues. And so I just want you guys to rest assured. I know you want to see specifics about the xeric landscaping that we're going to do, but I promise you it will be low water, drought tolerant xeric landscaping, and the lighting we can provide for you. But I feel like we need to move on from this point, but I just want you to know, and I think you know, because I remember Commissioner Lottis, you were on that meeting, seeing what we were doing with the Pierpont cottages and that old orchard that we took out. And I know, Commissioner Bennett, that you know the Glassmans that were at my tree planting ceremony last month. And so I just really want you guys to understand that we are incredibly conscientious when it comes to these issues.
Also, we did go through that checklist, and Lucas, correct me if I'm wrong, we've submitted this 3 times, looking at that checklist, and I think, again, we're a little bit, I understand your concerns on wanting to review all this stuff, but we don't have our landscape designer with us today because, we came into this meeting thinking that we'd gone through the last 2, and the 2 points that we're going to address really tonight are, parking and the facade. So, again, had this been normal, we would have had him here to answer all these questions, and I believe everything has been selected, and it shouldn't be a very long process to get all this information to you.
And I'll just add to your point, Commissioner Lotus, I hope that our response didn't communicate what I think you felt, which is we were unprepared for that question because we thought our application was deemed approved. We weren't prepared for this level of detail and conversation.
Yeah.
So I apologize if you have heard something that may have been us trying to rush this through. It's not the intent. It's just we weren't prepared to have this conversation because to the extent this conversation has went on for a long time, we thought we had everything we needed in this meeting. to review and satisfy the package. So apologies for that.
So if I can move this forward with two further comments. Number one, we have a number of other members of the public who I know we need to get to, and their input is critical. And then number two is noted, yes, we can work on a condition that would allow the project to be approved if desired by the commission, subject to further approval of the landscaping plan and the lighting plan also by the commission.
And
Which
materials
would allow them
board,
to move
yeah.
forward with the project, provided they comply with the rest of the relevant regulations, and then implement the final approved lighting and landscaping plans when those come forward.
So you'll have something that can be added to the resolution if we decide we want to go that way,
Absolutely. We'll have something written by the time we get there.
okay?
Can I just make one more comment?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I would like to repeat, this is the first public hearing on this project. And at this time, it is really appropriate for us, the Planning Commission, to review all aspects of this project. It has a lot of issues that we need to flesh out, talk about, discuss, and come to some resolution. And that includes the parking, it includes the scale of the size of the project, the parking demand, the design review, everything is up for discussion tonight, because that's what makes sense, to discuss the whole project. We've talked in bits and pieces. I think the first conceptual review, I mean, it was pretty conceptual. And then we talked about parking, and we laid out some of our concerns. And now we have this, and this is the first time that we get to really flesh out the project. And I do think that we're lucky that the three applicants are good people. They live in the town. They have a very high aesthetic level and want to do the right thing. And I totally appreciate that. But at the same time, it's our job to review this for the community. And that's what we're trying to do. So
I agree with you. Is there something besides landscaping, lighting, and material board that you need another bite at?
no, I think there's other issues we got to talk about. The historical. I mean, we haven't even gotten to that. But yeah, I mean, I think there's big issues tonight, and we do have to have the public comments. And then I'm anticipating we have a robust discussion of a lot of issues, and with perhaps more questions.
Well, we'll need to get through public comment before we can get back to that. Commissioner Trent?
Yeah, I apologize. This is probably an afterthought, but I haven't seen anything on signage. Are you guys going to have signage, or can that be part of the packet with landscaping and lighting?
Commissioner Trent, can you specify where for the entire site or parking specifically?
You gonna have anything on the perimeter wall, or just the front of the hotel, main
The
building?
intention was to have a small hand-painted logo on that pedestrian arch, but nothing, we're not gonna have like a big light-up sign or anything like that. We want it to be very subtle.
Okay.
The same treatment in the 30s, roughly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vice Chair Noland?
Yeah, just a comment too about the signage. So is the signage coming in as a separate permit? Oftentimes it comes in with the
Yes,
DRP, but it
Yeah,
is a
condition
separate
number
permit.
19 requires a sign permit application,
But separate, yeah,
which then goes through the process.
okay. Yeah, and I also wanted to chime in with, Commissioner Lottis that I'm not doubting any, misdirection from the applicants. I think you guys have gone, way beyond doing your due diligence. I'm not, here trying to complain that I don't like the layout. I think you guys have done a great job. It's really more, as Commissioner Lottis said, it's our job to go through thoroughly, the entire project, and typically the materials that I was just asking for, we have, especially for, a commercial project. So anyway, I just wanted to thank you for listening and hopefully understanding. And once again, I'm not trying to pick the project apart. I'm actually really excited about it. I just want to make sure we do our job correctly.
No, that-
And that's where I'm coming from. So I just want to let
It
you know
completely
that.
makes sense. I mean, I think, again, I just, from our perspective, we walked into this thinking that we've had 2 other meetings before this, and if there were any big issues to address, that they would have come up in the last 2 meetings, and so that's why we're a little bit surprised. So, I think if we would have been more prepared
Well,
with these items.
It may turn out that we ask you to come back with certain exhibits. We'll see.
And we're open to that.
We'll see.
We're open to that. I just realized on the screen, you can't even see us, so it's also part of the
Back
challenge.
your head.
So
They're on the
anyway,
right-hand side of the,
we're
I
just a
see,
little
yeah,
off track.
back-
I don't want to we hear your point of view. Hopefully you understand ours in terms of preparedness, and we will work something out to have a forum to review the things that you'd like to review.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
okay. I have a couple of other detailed questions for the applicants. I'm looking at attachment C. This is a project description, and it is on, it looks like it's on stationery of El Roblar investment property, and it's dated revision March 25th.
Yes.
Okay. The next to last paragraph says the applicant is willing to pay an in lieu fee for 5 spaces. Have you changed that?
Go ahead.
Yeah, listen, I think if that's the case, to move the project forward, we're willing to pay it to proceed. I think, again, to what we were saying earlier, our frustrations are not necessarily with this commission, or it's just been.
No,
the
no,
entire-
I think the analogy of running through a wood chipper is pretty apt here.
Listen, again, if that's the path forward, we will do it.
Yeah,
I think given everything we've gone to for 3 years, we just think it's a little surprising to have that come up now. And if that was the path, we would have paid in lieu fees for everything 3 years ago and saved a ton of money. And we could have put telephone wires in the ground instead of talking about parking for 3 years. But
We've done this before, guys, and Commissioner Lottis, in all due respect, we've been doing this for 2 years. We could have talked about these things over the course of the past 2 years. And the reason it's so frustrating, and you can feel this is palpable for me, is that we've had a lot of time to discuss all of these things. And it always feels like we're moving the goalpost to another meeting and another meeting. We are hemorrhaging money that could go into this city, the city room tax, on and on and on. There has to be a point when we have a definitive meeting where decisions are made, and we've been very patient. And I know you keep saying that this is the process, you have a right to ask these questions, absolutely you do, but we've had 2 years to do this.
To the question of the parking in lieu, the real solution is satisfying the parking demand required, not to short it and pay an in lieu fee. That's truly our answer. Now, to get through, we are willing to do this, but it doesn't really solve our problem. $40,000 is not going to buy a parking lot.
No.
So just want to point that out. We have the spaces. We will happily find more spaces through shared use around within 500 feet. We already have identified some, but there is an opportunity that we do want to respect, to be honest, though, what we had discussed with staff already. So.
No, and also, I want to point out that with, the guidance of staff, we purchased that lot on Ventura Street with 18 spots. It would have been much less expensive to pay the in lieu fee for 18 spots than to actually buy that lot.
I
and
would have
repair
thought
it.
so, yeah.
But we thought we're solving a problem. And so just to step in at this point and get slapped with another $40,000, it's just a little bit, it's a little much. But we will do
Okay.
it if that moves it forward.
I think I'm through with questions for the moment. I want to thank the applicants for their extended remarks and interchange with the commissioners. If we have more questions, we'll ask them of you
Sure.
as we move through the evening.
Can we talk about comments to conditions that we have? Or when is appropriate to review that?
If I could suggest, we might hear from the rest of the public and then come back to the applicant for comments on the conditions.
Sure. So you're saying, in other words, we can review the suggestions we sent. We sent some last week that were not organized. I put inline changes. I sent an hour before the meeting, which I'm sorry it came so late, but I wanted to simplify the review for purposes of tonight.
Yeah, we have several details that I think we're going to have to vote on
Sure.
before we get to a final resolution in any case. So we'll take up,
Understand.
we'll take up those suggestions at
Thank
that
you.
time.
Thank you all.
All right. Sherry, we're going to take the people in the building first. All right, and I'm calling on speakers in the order in which their requests were received. So first, Brian Akins, please come up, sir.
Good evening, Planning Commission members, Director Seibert, and City Attorney Summers and others. I'm Brian Akins, Chair of the City of Ojai Historic Preservation Commission. As you know, our commission called a special meeting February 28th to address and make our individual recommendations to the Planning Commission on which of the two options on the south-facing facade of the El Roblar Hotel we favor. Coming into that meeting with an open mind and hearing from all sides, each commissioner at the conclusion of the 2-hour meeting, that seemed long.
We beat you already.
Yeah, it got me ready for this one. At the conclusion of the 2-hour meeting, shared their personal recommendation. As noted, the commissioners each individually conveyed that they recommended option number 1. I'm grateful for the work they did in preparing for that meeting, the questions they asked and knowledge they shared. As I reviewed that hearing today, a part of it stood out to me as important to this hearing. I would like to share with you a portion of the information shared by Bill Delvac, Historic Preservation Attorney for the applicant. Mr. Delvac has 37 years of historic preservation law practice. With permission of the applicant and therefore client, I quote Mr. Delvac. And again, his comments. And while we always thought that keeping the standards was a good thing, it's not a requirement. There are 3 exemptions cited in your staff report, which I agree with: Class 1, Class 3, and it was unintelligible. If a project has unusual circumstances, then it may not be eligible for any of those other categorical exemptions. But you don't have to meet all of the categorical exemptions. Here is the standard under the state CEQA guidelines, section 15-300.2. If a project has a substantial adverse effect on a resource, you may not use any categorical exemption. That's the rule. The rule is not you have to meet the standards. If you do meet the standards, it is an exemption, but you don't have to meet the standards. All you have to do under CEQA is to avoid destruction of eligibility. And we agree with the city's own independent expert, ARG, on this point, and they made that expert conclusion. Again, I'm not saying you shouldn't care about whether a project meets the standards, but it's a false dichotomy to say you have no choice. This commission is free to choose to not meet the standards. I felt like that was applicable to the commission we're in now. And again, this is important because part of the discussion is on why option 1 versus option 2. The case is being made that option 2 is the main one because we have to adhere to the Secretary of the Interior standards. It's put forth that that's what the code says, but the code actually says that the City Council can use that as a guideline and make adjustments as needed. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next, Bill Miley. Okay, he'll be part of the Zoom crowd then. Barbara Bowman.
Well. This has been a very long, tedious, thing, but I know you have a difficult job. But I was going to say a lot of things tonight, but after being here and hearing this whole thing, I was so impressed with the applicant. The extent that they've gone to, the extent of information they have, the fact that they're going through all of this stuff for the change of climate, that they've already thought of that. I mean, you've got, in the past, we've had people, I don't know if any of you remember, maybe you do, when the Oaks Hotel had no one to run it. And the city was thinking of taking it over and running it. They were so horrified because there was nobody good came along and it was empty and nobody was using it. And they didn't have anybody to buy the hotel or take the hotel. And the city actually thought, is that not right, Sherry, that they were gonna have to take it over? You don't remember that? Boy, am I dating myself, for God's sake. You remember that? No? Oh, Jesus. Anyway, that, you know, we had the Cloughs. We were very fortunate to have them. But I think this group has just stepped up way beyond that. I mean, you've got the expertise sitting here that's just incredible. I mean, Eric Goodis has hotels, or had hotels. I don't know if he's kept them still. But he's run fabulous hotels. And then Ramin is an incredible interior designer. His aesthetics are at a level that is unbelievable. And Werner has had restaurants. I mean, where do you get that kind of people come in a small town and say they're going to take a hotel that's over 100 years old and follow all the things that they've had to follow, and then make it even more historical than Dave Brewery did and take it all the way? We are so lucky. We used to be on our hands and knees thanking them. But what I also wanted to say, which is important, this is, something's happening in Ojai. It is becoming a young people's place. Do you know how fortunate we are? We're turning it over to young people. We need younger ideas in governance, because I see nothing but baby strollers on the weekends. I see families moving here with kids. That's what we want. Why are they moving here? Because we're an exciting, happening town. Look at Santa Barbara. Do we want that? There's all those places for rent. Nobody can rent Ventura downtown. We don't have one vacant space here. Why? Because there's a vibration here. There's an excitement here. And it's all due to the whole youth that is moving into town. And this town will live, and it'll live in perpetuity because we have all this youthful energy coming. And these people, everybody's youthful when you're younger than me. Okay, so to me, you all look like kids. Anyway, I think we're so lucky to have them. I mean, and I know you have a job, but based on what they've given you, what they're doing, I would, in every way you can, help them to make this happen, because that hotel is very important to me. And by the way, I don't mind if they work day and night on that hotel, and I'm right across the street from them with a business. As far as I'm concerned, if they want to go 24 hours to get this built and open, I will be happy. And every business in town has got to feel the same way I do. This is the engine of downtown Ojai. The El Roblar is what will bring Ojai and assure Monday through Friday that there is business. I mean, I can't say enough. I mean, I've been around long enough to be able to give you all of this kind of feeling. But as somebody who has a lot of real estate downtown, who is a landlord, and who has been a retailer for 42 years, we desperately need this hotel, and I am so thankful that we have this level of professionalism. I mean, I just don't know how Ojai lucked out like that. And they live here, and they love the town. I mean, it's a fabulous win-win-win. So please do approve this tonight, okay?
Thank you. Chet Hilgers.
Hi, Commissioners. First, I'd like to say, well, that was a marvelous oration from Barbara, and I would echo everything she said, because it's true. I've lived here for 53 years, and I still have a chair from Dr. Huckin's office. I used to sit in when I was 4 years old. And it's interesting what Barbara said about youth, and I was going to say something very similar after my experience with the skate park for 20 years. Very few meetings we attended, anybody would ever talk about the kids in town. And when I was growing up in town, my parents both worked in town, and I was able to grow up in town. And for me, the Roblar will epitomize that again. It will bring in many more jobs, local jobs. Talk about parking, a lot of people are going to walk or ride their bikes to work, and that has been missing for many, many years. And to Commissioner Laudis's comment about you don't want to shove this through, well, they've been shoving it for 3 years, and I just think it's really, really important, now with COVID done, in my opinion, the commissioners should make an effort to come here and be here in person so everybody can see you and talk to you. I think that's very important, and the commissioners feed off each other. And the other thing I was going to say is it just makes it an impossible situation for staff, like Eric said, when it's a moving target. Staff is constantly trying to adjust and figure out what the next move is going to be. And that's always plagued the town with any project, is the rules are always changing. And I think if you can if you can single out, like Commissioner Bennett said, if you can take a few things that are unresolved, like Loudis has a few comments or Kathy does, if you can take those and separate them out, but move the rest of the project forward, they can get going. Because it's not just about shoving it through for these 4 gentlemen behind me, but it's about the rest of the town. Like Barbara said, it's going to benefit everybody. It's going to benefit the shopkeepers. It's going to benefit the people who live here, who will take a part-time job. A kid who, when I grew up in town, we worked at the gas stations pumping gas and cleaning windows when we were in high school. Some kids are going to work parking cars. Fantastic, right? So let's get the place open. If you're going to restrict it or you're going to do some things, get all that stuff resolved, maybe at another meeting, move them forward so they can start progressing and get this thing going. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sean Oliphant. Did I say that right?
Yes, sir. Perfect. I don't know what else to say that hasn't already been said tonight. Outside that I've worked at the hotel, the property for 32 years, and I had the pleasure of working with the Cloughs, and I was involved and witnessed them very carefully picking the owners to purchase the hotel property by learning about this group of people and the restaurateur, the hotelier, the designer, the architect, all the thought that was going to go into this is why they chose them to purchase this property. And I'm actually just speechless on how long this has been going on. I never imagined in my wildest dreams this would take 3 years, and I don't think in any way it's being shoved through fast. And the wood chipper is a perfect explanation of what I've seen who employs me go through, and they've been totally calm, respectful, professional, never complained about it. But you can imagine the anxiety they have every evening and every time they have to pay a bill, and they can't, I'm speaking my feelings, this can't just keep dragging on. So these little details that were brought up tonight, set them aside like we're talking about and figure out all those details after we get a yes vote to move forward with this project. And everything else, I think Barbara and Chet and the owners have already said, and I just don't know what else to say. I had a lot of things written down, but it's already all been said, and I don't want to take any longer in the meeting, and I appreciate everybody's time.
Thank you, sir. Next, AJ Segal, okay.
Hi. There's an old movie called It's a Wonderful Life. Is anybody here familiar with It's a Wonderful Life? There's a certain feeling in this town that I've experienced, I've witnessed, where there's suspicion about new people coming in and changing Ojai for the worse. I've been here 10 years, and I've had people tell me, you're not from Ojai. You're not an Ojai person. I've sold the house and brought the kids and came up here and put them into school and bought a house and even tried to opened a business, and it was similar hassle as this for these guys. I don't think that they're Mr. Potter. I don't think this is going to become Pottersville. I don't think it's also Bedford Falls, but I do think that their intent is good. Their love for this town is good. Yes, they're my friends, but take that out of it. This is years and years and years. I understand being careful. I understand protecting the town, but you're also dealing with people who want to protect the town. They don't want to open some place with a disco and a bar and people being thrown out of windows. They love it here. They're investing their time and their money here, and to make the place a better, more vibrant town. And they're in keeping with the spirit, and I recommend that you do all you can to ease their path, because they're not going to do you wrong here. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Sherry, do you have Bill Miley up in the waiting room yet?
Cindy Convery's on.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Convery.
Hi, Cindy Convery. I'm in the Historic Preservation. I voted on the decision to choose design element number 1, but I have a couple of quick comments about discussion items earlier tonight. One is construction at night. New York City, the most congested city in the United States, does not allow construction at night. They have construction from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. like everywhere else. So for Ojai to say that that's a good idea, it's not a good idea. Barbara Bowman lives in Matilaha Canyon. She wouldn't be able to hear it. I live a mile from the El Roblar, and I can hear everything that happens downtown. And Commissioner Bennett, I think you'll agree that the music festival, which stops at 10 o'clock for a reason, because the city has a 10 o'clock cutoff at night, you know, for noise. It's not a fit. Also, the event center I saw in the slideshow was supposed to go till midnight, and I think it needs to follow the city code for the 10 o'clock noise cutoff, because as everybody said, it's a young town with babies and they're gonna be asleep. But I actually wanted to comment about our decision to choose design element number 1, because I've seen that you've gotten a lot of comments on the Secretary of Interior standards and how they work. I'm going to quote the standards. The Secretary of Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties are common sense historic preservation principles. The standards are a series of concepts. Historic districts and planning commissions use the standards and guidelines to guide their review process. That's exactly what we did. And we also referred back to the guidelines put forth by the city of Pasadena, which has one of the most comprehensive sets of historic guidelines in any city in California. We also I spoke to some executives at the National Trust for Historic Preservation in Washington, D.C. In other words, we did hours of work to get to the choice of design element number 1. It wasn't just, you know, we didn't throw a dart at a dartboard and say we like that one better. However, there have been a lot of comments made subsequent to that the standards are law. I want to let you know, since this isn't your area of expertise, the Secretary of Interior standards are not law, period. They are not law, they are guidelines. And the standards are only to be used diligently for grant in aid projects or rehabilitation and tax incentive programs, which are not the El Roblar. So our choice of design element number 1 was completely in keeping with the standards. The other item that I want to talk about is the El Roblar is not a landmark building. Some of the comments are about Libby's developments, the arcade, the pergola, the post office tower, and the Catholic church, and accusing you guys, the Planning Commission, that if you choose the unanimous decision that the Historic Preservation made, you'll be basically undermining the whole town. That's completely wrong. The El Roblar Hotel has been significantly changed over the years. Unlike all of Libby's other buildings, it's only a contributing building. And that means, as you know, as planning commissioners, that it falls under a completely different set of guidelines, design guidelines. One of the things we discussed at the HPC meeting was that we're very lucky. The El Roblar designers are who they are. You know, there are issues with parking, there are noise, and there are landscape questions. But honestly, as far as the design elements and the materials they're choosing, these guys are at the top of their game. And I think you need to give them that. I'd love to see you at least vote to choose the design element number 1 tonight, so that they have some kind of sense of moving forward, since there have been several comments, more than several, about the process being so onerous. So it'd be nice to see them have a way forward. But just so you'll know, the design standards are not law. We had Matt Summers at our meeting. We did not break the law. I think, Matt, you'll vouch for me there, right? So that's basically all I've got to say. And if you have any questions about how we made the decision, I'm available.
Thank you very much. Sherry, who's next? Bill Miley, okay.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Bill Miley. I participated in the planning discussions about this project from the beginning. I've scanned the new version. I like what has been done with parking. I consider the small lot behind the hotel on Matilaha is really on-site parking. It's adjacent. It's only 30 feet away. Having 15 dedicated employee parking spots at Beacon, guaranteed for many years, is really good. And I look forward to the Commission's completion of your review and approval, as it will really enhance our city and our valley. Thank you.
Thank you. Sherry? Craig Walker, please. See your hand up, Mr. Walker. Please go ahead.
Okay, my name is Craig Walker. I'm a local historian who recently wrote a book on Ojai's historic architecture. It's titled Ojai by Design, Fine Architecture of the Ojai Valley. Hopefully you've had a chance to review the packet I submitted. It illustrates my comments tonight on the remodel of the El Roblar facade. As I understand the city code, it is the Planning Commission's responsibility to decide whether the proposed remodel of the El Roblar meets Ojai's historic design standards. As a historian, I would like to offer the following points for your consideration. First, I think we can all agree the El Roblar is an important Ojai historic resource. It's listed on the California Register of Historic Places as a contributor to Ojai's downtown historic district. The El Roblar was one of the buildings developed by Edward Libby and designed by Mead and Requa. These buildings form the core of Ojai's historic downtown. All the other Libby buildings downtown have been lovingly rehabilitated and restored to look virtually identical to how they looked in the 1920s. The pergola was even completely rebuilt as a community project using the original plans. If the citizens of Ojai can rebuild the pergola exactly as it was, the applicants for the El Roblar project can at least follow the historic standards. The applicants say they are returning the hotel to its original design, but they are not. In fact, what they are proposing is expressly prohibited by the standards. Standard number 3 says each property will be recognized as a physical record of its time, place, and use. Changes that create a false sense of historical development, such as adding conjectural features or elements from other historic properties, will not be undertaken. Design option number 1 proposes an inappropriate arcade along the entire front of the building. This will also negatively impact the historic arcade next to it. The impact on the historic character of our downtown will be substantial. The historic consultant hired by the city asked the applicants to change the design of the facade to keep it consistent with the historic standards. This is design option number 2. If the applicants don't like their architect's option number 2, they should come back with a new design. At a minimum, it should be consistent with the standards so it does not further diminish our historic downtown. Please maintain the high standard of historic preservation the city has followed until now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sherry? Larry Steingold, please go ahead, sir.
Yes, these people are to be congratulated for hanging in there and spending time, money, and effort for 3 years, I believe, to get this done through a process that seems to me, if not antiquated, a little stifling. And for 3 years, it's just hard. But this all begs the question to me is everything goes back to parking. You did the Rancho Ojai, and they tied up lots for their thing. Now these people are doing off-site parking, and the valet parking is a good thing, though people screaming about it, that's a red herring. But this all begs the question, what are they gonna do when a lease is up in 25 years? Or the city says you need more parking? The city does need some sort of complete parking plan, and nobody's looking at it. I mean, I know I've mentioned before the Ojai School, okay, including housing for affordable or more pickleball courts. But the town needs to do this because the theater is going to open. You have every activity. There isn't enough parking in town for all these activities. And everybody's going to get a variance, and you're going to have to give it to them because once you give a variance to one, you're going to give a variance to another. And whether you don't charge somebody in lieu of because they can't do it, now these people want the same thing. That's the problem. Every time they slice, you slice off another one. So I believe that the city really needs a central parking plan to include probably, and unfortunately, a parking garage, because traffic's not going to stop, okay? And these people are going to be successful. The restaurant
is, while it may be ancillary, is open to the public. That's supposed to be a home run. That's going to be a driver by itself. The hotel, they're not in this business to take a loss or to do a lousy job. This is going to be a primo job. The historical people, I am not that familiar with all that stuff, and I'm sure you will take care of all that. But I just think that these people need to push forward on this thing in a timely manner, because this is egregious. 3 years to get a process done? It's not that difficult. They just have to follow the rules. And if you want a rules, you come for a variance. Thank you very much, and I wish them good luck.
Thank you, sir. Sherry, that's it? Yeah. Okay, we can ask again, is there anyone in the waiting room who wants to raise a hand and speak on this topic?
Chair Quillisi, Ms. Teeting has done so.
Okay, go ahead, Don.
Am I audible?
You're on and we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is Dawn Teeting. By way of introduction, I am the 2018 Historic Preservation Commission Award. I was previously employed by the Ojai Valley Museum and have been working on historic preservation issues in the city of Ojai since 2014. I'm hoping that you have received my written comments as well as illustrations regarding the design options before you. My comments are going to be limited to the south-facing facade. The project applicant states that their intention is to return the building to its original design roots. While I support reopening of the Hotel El Roblar, the hotel is a state-designated and registered historical resource, and the front facade should be renovated in a manner that preserves the integrity and significance of the building, the historic downtown, existing Ojai landmarks, and Ojai's historic and scenic viewshed. Therefore, I respectfully request that design option 1, arcade extension, be rejected in favor of design option 2, the covered walkway, for the following reasons. Design option 1 does not return this historic building to its original design roots. According to the ARG Historical Resources Report, design option 1 adds a new design element, the arcade extension, that is incompatible with the original rustic Spanish colonial revival design aesthetic of the building. ARG Historical Resources Report also states that design option 1, with design option 1, the addition and extension of the arched entrance arcade creates a false sense of historic development by including a design feature, an arcade, that never existed on the building, but is typical of buildings of this era, thereby creating some confusion as to what is original and what is not. Design option 1 may diminish the historical significance of individual historical resources, including Ojai Arcade, which is Ojai landmark number 5, the pergola, and the post office tower, which is landmark number 6, thereby resulting in indirect impacts to individual historical resources. Design option 1 may also significantly alter Ojai's historic and scenic viewshed and distort Ojai's sense of place. And design option 1 imposes numerous CEQA exemption challenges. Design option 1, the arcade extension, does not comply with Secretary of Interior Standards number 9 and 3, and for the reasons listed above, and Historic Resource Report inconsistencies and discrepancies may cause a substantial adverse change in the significance of historical resources. Therefore, design option 1, the arcade extension, requires further review under CEQA. Design option 2, the covered walkway, addresses these concerns. The staff report states that it would be compatible with the historic character and appearance of the property and the Secretary of Interior standards. Further, design option 2 is compatible with the original downtown design and does not diminish the significance of Ojai landmarks. Staff recommended that design option 2 be brought forward to the Planning Commission at the February 28th Historic Preservation Special Meeting, and I support this recommendation and approval of design option 2 of the front facade of Hotel El Roblar. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bill Zelvac? Delvac. Okay, please go ahead, sir.
Honorable Commissioners, Bill Delvac, I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
I am the attorney for the project that Mr. Atkins quoted, and I appreciate him pointing those things out. I will try not to repeat those things, but I just want to make sure there's complete clarity on this. Are the Secretary of Interior standards relevant? Yes. Are they mandatory and binding? Absolutely not. The primary role of the standards here, and I'll immodestly say, I wrote the California Register bill that amended CEQA. I helped the Resources Agency develop the guidelines that implement the changes. The role of the Secretary of Interior standards in this instance is to determine whether there's a significant adverse impact under CEQA. There is not a code provision in your municipal code that requires this project to comply with the standards. If we were trying to use tax credits, yes. Incentives, as was pointed out, yes. If this, there are other instances where the standards are used, but they're not mandatory. And what the Historic Preservation Commission did, and candidly, the meeting was as in-depth and as well articulated as this meeting has been. The commission, the experts, went through and thought about what was best for the community, what was best for the building, what was best for the design. And I believe they acted with the freedom that's allowed under the law to choose a design that doesn't meet the standards. I was a little surprised to hear the last speaker cite a series of impacts. I don't believe she's qualified as an expert. The city's expert, ARG, Architectural Resources Group, didn't make any of those conclusions. They said the district isn't significantly impacted. Mr. Walker said that we asked the architect to draw the standards compliant. We collaborated with ARG in order for them to have a project that would meet the standards and that could be considered, but that was never the applicant's design. It was just a cooperative effort to illuminate to the Historic Preservation Commission and to this commission what the choice is that you have. But rest assured, you have a choice. You may differ with the HPC. I think they're the experts and we agree with them. You may differ with them, but not because you have to. You have every right. So I'd be very happy to answer any questions. This is a straightforward case about the law. Your city attorney very adequately, amply advised the Historic Preservation Commission about the role of the standards, and staff has brought this forward to you. So I would urge you not to be distracted about what someone thinks you must do and do the thing that you think is best. So I'll stop with that. Happy to answer any questions. And by the way, I believe that Mr. McBride would like to make a few remarks regarding the conditions and the changes.
McBride? Oh, okay. No more. All right.
Chair Quillisi, can I make?
Yes, sir.
Just for the commission's knowledge, I have just been told Community Development Director Seibert has landscape and lighting plans that he can pull up for the commission if desired. So,
Landscape and lighting, a photometric plan, you mean?
yes, I believe so.
About lighting details?
I believe with
Landscape
details, including fixture information. The kind of information we were looking for before, I believe that's now available.
Lucas?
Yeah, so I have, so in the packet, there's already a photometrics plan.
Right.
And it specifies specific lighting details, but those details were not included within the site plan.
The designs of the planted materials and the designs of the lighting fixtures are not part of the current packet, is that correct?
Correct. However, I was able to locate the design specifics or details for the lighting if I could share my screen here for a moment and go through those. I would need the applicant's help with this, and maybe Joe Androlaitis as well to chime in, or maybe even Jeremy or Ramin, to identify if these are still current, because this was from a previous proposal. Revisions that were made may not have had these changed, which is the reason why they didn't resubmit. So I just want to, may have been the reason. I just want to share my screen here and then share those details.
Okay, in the meantime, we have closed the public hearing. Now we're going to deliberate and ask more questions of staff potentially.
Correct.
Yeah. do that. We'll ask questions during deliberations. How are we doing there, Lucas?
Yeah, looking for it right here. I just don't see it. Hold on a second here.
Noting that we're almost 3 hours in, perhaps we take a 5 or 10 minute break for personal functions and then use that as the opportunity to pull everything up.
I see by the clock on the wall, 8:49. Let's take 5 minutes. We'll be back at 8:54. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Mildly surprised you had nothing to say.
Everyone's,
No offense.
No, everyone's saying enough.
Yes.
But you know, and I especially like where it's
Sorry, I was
going
at
into the.
I can't get my laptop to work.
Unfortunately, you were distracted because I was ranting personally within my own space. Title IX, Title 10. It's not
Hey,
in
how's
the
it going?
purview. Fortunately, Mr. Summers actually stepped in.
Show these and avoid a delay, but let's see.
That's, in fact, one of the commissioners said, I know we don't have. I'm doing great.
No, it's not the interior, it was these systems. Yeah. Water conservation, solar, Title IX. Okay, and yet nobody ever learns that. All of the iterations, all the folks that keep coming and showing up on this commission, nobody ever learns it. Just my personal. You're on this commission. Okay. So
to be effective.
That's what I was.
Oh, or just.
These people?
But this is the first time that Ojai appeals or the CBOs.
Valet is gonna be.
Yeah.
And,
but in some way that gets. That would get into the interior systems and such.
well, no.
I'm trying to remember back 5, 6 years now when I was.
Title 10.
Strengthened
Okay.
him and what type of.
Title IX is a function of the California Building Code.
Right.
As adopted by the city, okay? And that shit comes out just in plan check. And if somebody wants to say, we'd like to, it's a profound, I haven't seen the machinations of various iterations of the planning commission over the years. It's an incredible waste of time for folks who really don't know what they're talking about to get involved in the questions.
This is not a fundraiser.
Well, once again, yes, and here we find ourselves on this. Okay, and it's, and I was going, someone's, I was thinking you were going to, unfortunately, Mr. She calls my wife. Because.
Well, we might need some help from, it's better that he does it and say, this is what we're here.
Well, yeah, but what I really like is at least a couple of commissioners, and maybe they won't be around for very long, insisted on doing it anyway.
Well, technically.
Insisted on coming back to it anyway, because there's some element of stubbornness and elucidation and knowledge.
These days, anyway.
Okay, well, there's that too. I'll work.
I have tried to.
It's nice to see you. You're looking very slim these days.
Yes. Down to the 235.
Fabulous.
Very good. Let's go back for another 15.
I am too, but this last 15's the tough one.
Bill, so you can ask a question?
Sure.
And I'm not like an expert at process here, but since it's closed, I'm not going to be able to talk about it.
The public hearing is closed. As we deliberate, if we have questions, you can ask them where you're at.
So there'll be early questions conditions
public
based on.
hearing is what you've been hearing from the public.
Okay, great. Okay, so you might have questions about some of my comments about the conditions that would prompt me to. Okay.
We've already made some changes to the conditions,
Okay.
but
I just want to talk
I
about
heard
it.
that you had some other requests.
It's a very short 2 pages, but they're very, very reasonable. I just want to explain them. I just want to have the opportunity to explain them.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll listen to
Thank
it.
you.
You can see it, just the stars of landscape to this giant.
Yeah, so we're doing 2 things. It's on the plan commission.
Joe, nice to meet you. Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
It's easy when it's the truth, right?
That's what we're looking at.
National chain.
That's what we're looking at right here. You have no idea.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
So where did you go to Casino Springs?
Vacation? Yeah, I.
It'll go. I used to go to I'm sure. A lot of, I don't, of course, never been there, but, do you? So the whole island is renewable energy, it's all geothermal, so it's all volcano. Well, the whole thing's about. I'll see you. But I've had enough.
He's gone offline here.
Waiting till the end to see what we're doing like that.
Yep. Yep, and we're 2.5 minutes over the break.
Steve,
Yeah.
are you ready? Want me to herd him in?
Okay. We're gonna get going.
I don't know.
If the other commissioners can hear us out there in La La Land, we're going to restart this meeting. There we go. Thank you.
Back.
Excellent, excellent. Lucas and Kathy Lottis, great. All right, Lucas, if you're around. There we go. Okay.
I am here.
So we're back on the record, and we have closed the public hearing, and we're in deliberations. I understand that the applicants have some additional requests they would like to make, but I think before we get to that, let's look at the big picture. My feeling is we have spent enough time looking at this over pieces of it over 5 meetings, and it's time to make a decision, does this project go forward or not? Vice Chair Nolan, your thoughts? You're muted, ma'am.
Just caught that, sorry. I'm generally in favor of moving the project forward. I want to thank the applicants for their creative solution to parking. As one member of the public commented, yes, we desperately need some sort of a parking plan. Wish we had it right now, but we don't. But I once again want to compliment the applicants for the parking solution. So I'm in favor of that. I am still a little bit wondering about the option 1 or 2 with the facade on the south side of the building. And I was hoping we could ask a question. I know Chair Quillisi, you had mentioned something earlier, and I too had the question. Basically, for the applicant is, how they came to the conclusion to do the arches as opposed to the original design with the columns, and what was the cost difference? Did that weigh into it? And if so, what was that? So I feel like I need a little more information. And then once again, I would be in favor of moving this forward, but asking or excluding from tonight's decision, whether it goes one or the other, that basically they come back and share the landscape plan. I mean, they have a plan here. Yes, and I agree with the layout's fine, what I'm seeing with the hardscape, but we didn't see anything with the plants. We didn't see any materials, and the same thing with the lighting. They probably already have that, I'm guessing. So I'm hoping it's not a big thing. And if we do go in that direction, I'm hoping it's something that we could schedule ASAP.
We could continue portions of the project to a date certain.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'd love to hear what my fellow commissioners have to say about the two options and the parking, of course, and the missing items from the packet. Maybe we'll do another round in the discussion, but those are my quick initial comments.
Okay. Commissioner Lottis?
Yes, I ditto Commissioner Nolan on that. And I don't think we should be doing anything on the fly in terms of looking at something on the screen and deciding. I think that we could peel off a few pieces and have them come back. And I actually had a question on the exterior wall height too. I mean, I still have some questions. And
the perimeter wall you're talking about along Ventura, Matilaha, and Signal Street?
Where there are several areas where the wall height is 6 feet or even 6.5 feet, unless I'm going blind, which is possible. And I just wondered why, and that wall is right adjacent to the sidewalk. And I'm just, I am concerned about that height. I didn't think we allowed that. Maybe I need clarification from staff on.
I don't know. I know that when we're talking about residential areas, the wall height that's allowable along the sides and back of a property are higher than those allowed at the front of the property. But I'm not sure what the rules are for commercial property. Mr. Summers?
Yeah, happy to add some clarity. Generally, the rule is front setback is 4 feet in height, side and rear is 6 feet in height, subject to certain exceptions. One of those applies in this case for the existing wall. I recognize they're moving parts of it, but they're moving less than 50% of each of the frontages. And so as an existing legal non-conforming wall, it can continue at the proposed 6 feet in height.
Where do they have an existing 6 foot high wall?
North side.
The north side. I'm not talking
the north side.
North, east, and west sides all have existing walls.
Right.
Yes.
The east side along Signal, I believe, is also portions that are 6 feet.
Yes, that was one section, but I don't think those exist. There's a wall there, but it's not 6 feet high, I don't believe. And the other wall that I noticed that was 6.5 feet high is on the other, which would be the westerly side, whatever street that is, Ventura. That's 6.5 feet over there. And
our code allows up to 7 feet via a minor, it's either minor variance or minor CUP. This design review approval can encapsulate that and provide approval of 6.5 feet as needed.
Okay, but it is discretionary. I just feel that that's super high. It's right next to the public sidewalk, and none of the existing walls are that high. It's really high. It's a minor thing compared to some of these other issues, but this is part of design review, and I think it's too high. I think it's to allow some of those floor units to have a patio outside, but maybe could be some additional screening with landscaping.
Oh, I see that the southern part of the Ventura Street elevation may be taller than 6
Yeah,
feet.
I actually have less
can't tell.
concern on the Signal Street side because that's a busy street and it's shielding the parking lot. But if that section is 6.5, I just think 6.5 feet is darn high it's way taller than the average pedestrian. So I don't know. I just thought that was pretty high. We don't have anything else like that downtown.
Well,
I mean, these are the small things that we go into and talk about with design review. So anyway, I just feel that we want to make sure we do our job. I feel empathy for the applicant. The processing this through during COVID has been probably very difficult, but the commission, I don't know what 6 meetings we've had. We had concept review and we had a parking discussion. I think that's all that we've had. I could be wrong.
Chair Quillisi, I believe the applicants are able to respond to that if you would like.
okay. Yes, I have told the applicants that we may ask questions of them during our deliberations. Can you respond, Mr. Shamshiri?
I think Joe's going to help me out here on addressing the walls. I mean, I think one thing, I think the majority of the walls are 6 feet. I'll let Joe discuss the one, but one thing that we're doing, I don't know if it's showing up in the drawings, is the walls that are getting moved to take up some of the parking spaces we're leaving space between the sidewalk and the wall to have planting. So there will be a barrier between the wall and the sidewalk. Also, I think that one wall on the west side is really the wall that looks into the pool area. So I think the intention is to keep that at 6 feet so that people walking on the sidewalk aren't looking at people in their bathing suits.
There are on your sheet A200 some clear call-outs, 6 feet 6 inches at the southwest corner of the property along Ventura, and 6 feet, what is it, 6 feet 8 inches, 6 feet 5 inches, 6 feet 2 inches along the southeast corner.
Yeah, I purposely dimensioned the highest point of the wall as it steps up the grade. If you average the height of the wall, it would probably be around 6 feet. But as it steps up, there are areas where it just exceeds 6 feet for a little bit because it is a sloping street.
Okay, and you'd rather have the top of the wall level rather than just following the slope of the street?
Correct. Yeah, it's easier to construct. It's a
cleaner
cleaner aesthetic for us.
Mr. Chairman,
I
drove by it the other day, and I was trying to see how high that wall was, and I realized that where it's higher than I would have thought it would have been is where the swimming pool was, and I assumed it was there because people didn't want to be seen in their bathing suit.
The other issue is privacy for the hotel, securing the site from the public, and then on the pool side is by code we have to have a wall that's greater than 5 feet to secure the pool area.
Let me say one thing. And I should also point out that we've had a lot of theft and homeless people and vagrants come into the property, and it's been a problem when we close down in the evening. The other thing is that this wall fits the vernacular of this colonial mission style. If anyone's been to Antigua or these kinds of towns very similar to Ojai, this is very typical to have walls like this. And if I could also just mention about the arcade, the number one and number two, the arches provide shade and mitigate the use of having to put vines and planting to create that shading, because if you look at the scheme too, I'm just addressing this, that would require, and it's also very prison-like an old sort of, if you really look at it carefully, the romantic arches, they're softer, it provides shade, which we will not have to plant and water plants, and it gets back to sustainability. So if you really understand both of them and look at them carefully, you will choose number one, I'm pretty certain.
I think to address some of the other concerns to Commissioner Nolan and Commissioner Lattis, Luke and I were speaking. We did submit the lighting plans back in September when our original hearing we were supposed to have our original hearing, and we got pulled off the agenda that first one, and they got moved to December. And I think at that point, Lucas, please chime in and correct me. I don't think it got resubmitted to you guys. But again, I mean, they're big packages, you know, lots of printouts, and I don't think we wanted to do that twice. So, but they are there.
Yeah, and I do have the virtual aspects for the lighting details and the landscaping plan as well, if the commission wants
Okay,
to take a look.
I'd rather, I think, I would prefer to just see them at another session rather than have them put up on the screen on the wall at this point. I want to minimize the hassle at this point for the applicants because they've been through quite a bit for quite a while. And I think that those are decisions that we could make at a subsequent meeting without impacting the overall progress of the project. Commissioner Trent, your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm in general, I'm in favor of the project. I give kudos to the applicant for their diligence and their patience and their professionalism going through this entire process. I know it's got to be frustrating. I do like the idea that they have proposed around the parking. I feel it's a good plan. I don't think it would work without valet. So I feel like that's a welcome addition. I like the idea of putting the employee parking where they have it. I think that makes a lot of sense. I don't have an issue with the walls. I think the walls are fine. You need to have a little bit of privacy, especially around that pool area. I'm not really a historical expert, so I default the design options to the HPC and to the experts. On the events, and I just was curious around noise ordinances. I'm assuming that they'll still apply from what's outlined in the code, that things will get quiet after 10 p.m. just because it does get very noisy downtown. I don't like the idea of having construction at night. I feel that, you know, I live about a mile away from downtown and I can hear everything. So having construction down there doesn't make a whole lot of sense at night. I think you get a lot of upset people. And I do think that we need to really look at that in lieu. I don't like it in general. It seems a little bit unfair to me. I know we've waived it subjectively in the past. I don't know. I think we need to have a deeper discussion around that in the future, maybe around the code and some further discussions around that in lieu piece.
Okay.
And finally, you know, I have no doubt that this project's going to be successful. I've grown up in this town and we've always had development issues. Anytime any sort of development comes up, people in town freak out. It kind of bit us in the butt in the 1990s. We had nothing going on downtown. It was like a ghost town. So I'm very happy that we don't have that problem anymore. It seems we have the opposite problem. I understand that this project will bring additional traffic to downtown. And I think that's something the general public needs to be aware of. I know Santic outlined that this is going to bring, that the Oaks had about 410 daily average trips. The Oaks hasn't been in operation for about 5 years, and we still have quite a bit of traffic in downtown. So this is going to bring in, as mentioned by Santic, 418 average daily trips. So we're going to have some impacts downtown. I don't think they're insurmountable, but I know we're going to have some. So I think the general public needs to be aware that this is, you know, it will impact our traffic downtown. That's all I have to say right now.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Bennett, your thoughts? Oh, light on.
Oh, it was on. I think the applicants have answered questions to their ability. I think the plan is a good, solid plan. It's better than, frankly, I think anything that we've seen so far, although I do share the concern of Commissioner Lottis and Nolan that we need to see what has already been submitted on landscape and on fixtures and on hardscape issues. And I think we should pull that out and approve the project. I don't know if it's time for conclusions or not, but am I jumping the?
No, you're expressing your opinion. I'd like to maybe summarize a little bit.
Right, but I would like to see that. The one issue, however, that I think is still open in my mind, I found the conversations or the talks by Mr. Walker and Dawn, I can't pronounce her last name.
Feeding.
Came to the same conclusion I did. Interestingly enough, both of them look fine to me. I mean, option 1, option 2 are fine, but the mimicking of the arcade with the arches in the front, I think, will give a perception of a lengthened arcade, and it's borrowing from down the street, I know, but I think it will cause some of the confusion. But I don't feel that strongly enough to hold up the process, and I was very surprised to see that there was a unanimity of thought on the Historical Planning Commission, Historical Preservation Commission, and that they voted unanimously, and obviously put more time and thought into that. But as I looked at the plans, I thought they're both fine. One's, the arches are a little more romantic than the columns, and can be seen further down. But I'd be happy with either one, except I have a slight preference for the one that was not selected by them. I like option 2. So.
Okay. All right. I agree that we need to see a second Planning Commission review of landscape, lighting, and hardscape details. If we can continue to a date certain that's agreeable to staff and to the applicants, then I would like to see us approve the rest of the project. I'm not particularly concerned about the height of the walls. I don't see anything that's more than 6 feet, 6 inches, and it quickly, because of the sloping ground that we have on Ventura and on Signal, if we're going to have stair-stepped walls, there are going to be areas that are less than 6 feet tall and areas that are more than 6 feet tall. And I am not offended by that. As far as the Secretary of the Interior standards, I would look back in part to attachment K in our packet here, page 43 of 96, referring to page 26, the El Roblar. This is commentary on, I think, on the Historical Resources Evaluation Report done by Caltrans 4 years ago. And it says, the original main building retains sufficient integrity to contribute to the downtown Ojai Historic District, which everyone out there should understand does not currently exist, except in prose in the Caltrans report somewhere, despite the changes to the property as a whole. However, the property does not possess individual significance under any of the established National Register of Historic Places or California Register of Historic Resources criteria, so it is not individually eligible. As a result, I have no problem with not meeting standards 3 and 9 of the Secretary of the Interior. I don't know if anybody else noticed, but if you drive by the current building, it has arches in front. I haven't heard anyone complain about that. I don't think that I was here the last time the building was remodeled. I wasn't here for sure. But I don't recall anyone bringing up prior objections to arches on the facade of the building. And if you looked at the earliest of the pictures depicting the El Roblar Hotel, it had no facade of any sort. It was blank, with a little porte cochere, period. And to my way of thinking, anything that goes in that is tasteful, that is consistent with the rest of the architecture of Ojai, looks fine to me. I do want to see these other things again, but I would be in favor of option one. I would favor the same thing that the Historic Preservation Commission and the staff has recommended, and that's about it for me. Now, we did hear earlier that the applicants had some other before I get to that, so I see that we have, Mr. Summers, we need some language that provides for a second Planning Commission review of landscape, lighting, and hardscape. And there were also changes to condition of approval 3 and 32. There may be others that I have missed along the way, sir. But in addition to that, I understand that the applicants would like to make some requests regarding other conditions of approval, and I'd like to hear what they are. We'll consider them, certainly.
I appreciate the time, thank you.
Start with the ones from staff briefly.
Sure.
Sure.
Summarize condition 3A sub 2 regarding the on-site and adjacent guest parking. The second sentence in that subparagraph would read, it is the applicant property owner's responsibility to ensure that hotel guests arriving by car at the hotel, that's the added language, arriving by car at the hotel, utilize the valet parking provided as part of the registered guest stay at the hotel.
Okay.
The intention to regulate not those who arrive on foot or by transit or bus or whatnot, but only to regulate those who arrive by car, that there is no self-parking.
So
Second,
silence on any other visitor to the hotel means there is not the similar restriction.
correct.
Okay.
And certainly we encourage bicycling, walking, etc. Second is on condition number 23 regarding hours, which is on page 18, the relevant language. It would be for the event center, Sunday through Thursday, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., Friday and Saturday, 8 a.m. to midnight. And then we have written additional language to go in condition 7 regarding the Planning Commission's further review of solely the lighting plan, the landscaping plan, and the hardscape plan. And that's where I'm going to turn it to Epi, who's got that language.
Epi?
Hey, how's it going, Commission? So the proposed language would be the addition of a couple lines to conditions 7E and 7M. So it would read, 7E would read, prior to issuance of any permit related to this resolution, the applicant/property owner shall provide a final lighting plan, which includes a photometric analysis in compliance with section 10.2.16.5 exterior lighting standards of the Ojai Municipal Code. No permit may be issued until approval of the landscaping plan by the Planning Commission or Community Development Director. And similarly, 7M would be amended to read, prior to issuance of any permit related to this resolution, the applicant/property owner shall provide a landscaping plan demonstrating compliance with Title 10, Chapter 2, Article 12, landscaping standards of the Ojai Municipal Code. No permit may be issued until approval of the landscaping plan by the Planning Commission or Community Development Director.
That all sounds fine except the or part.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Got it.
Can I ask one thing?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't think they have any bike racks. Usually this is Kathy
That was my
Nolan.
question too.
But could we, with the landscape plan, could we also talk about or look at bike racks?
Yeah, we talked about it, I know, when they came for the concept review, and I know that they're going to be doing rentals with the mob shop across the street, apparently. But we also said about putting a rack somewhere on the site, so, you know, people want to ride to go to the restaurant, they could. And I know they had mentioned they were going to do it. I looked on the plan, I didn't see it, I could have missed it.
I didn't see
Did
it.
you miss it? Okay, so maybe the applicant can address that, or we add something to the condition that it gets added.
The intention is to have it. I remember we discussed it, and I think they included it in the plans, but maybe we didn't. That maybe just with all the iterations.
When you come back to talk about hardscape, let's talk about bicycle racks as well then.
Okay, good.
Okay, can we add that add that language, either Matt or Epi? I can't remember which of you covered it. Matt, I think Epi did.
Yeah, Epi covered it, but yes, landscaping and hardscape plan to include a provision for bike racks.
Right.
And I believe there are bike racks. I just don't know the number.
That's in the code.
I recall it being their intent as well from an earlier meeting, and I forgot about it, frankly. Okay.
Chair Quilisi, while we're on hours of operation, can I
Yes.
comment just while it's fresh?
Hours of operation is
That would be condition number 23, and
Correct.
this, I think, is where the
23,
applicant will
okay.
present their requests. We've summarized everything that staff has put together from the discussion. Now, it would be appropriate, Chair, to see what the applicant wants.
Well, it's just changed a little bit for me since what I looked in the administrative report, what we had discussed since, and what I provided. Slight modification. The first thing I want to mention is the agreement to have events starting at 8 a.m. to midnight Thursday through Saturday. That's just to follow the pattern of social events that we'll have at the hotel. That's something that was originally in the report and has changed, apparently. So that's the first item.
You'd like Thursday to be 8 to midnight instead of 8 to 9?
It's 8 to 9 currently, Sunday through Thursday.
Right.
Originally was proposed Sunday 8 to 9. There was no mention of Monday through Wednesday, and the weekend was accounted for as 8 a.m. to midnight.
Right.
So I'm just maybe stepping back to talk about the operation. There's a couple of things that aren't clarified. Number one, let's talk about the event center. The event center we need to have use from 8 a.m. preferably to 9 p.m. Sunday through Wednesday. Preferably 7 a.m., to be honest, as that's usually when people want to have breakfast served, but we're okay with 8 o'clock for the event space purposes. But we're just talking about the needs of the operation right now. So Sunday through Wednesday usually is a corporate pattern, a use for day meetings in which has a long storied history for this hotel, with the Chamber, Women's Club as a social hub, especially. So we need the day use. I think it's been accommodated for, which we appreciate. We just needed to amend the Thursday specifically that follows more of a pattern for weekend events.
So you'd like to change Thursday from 8 to 9 to 8 to midnight?
Correct.
Okay.
So that's the first comment for Thursday night. The second comment is this was just something I thought of, is that we wanted to have an option to host 12 events per year for non-registered guests in connection with civic or community organizations or nonprofits. That's to accommodate the storied history of Ojai and this hotel being really the only hotel that had meeting and event function capacity dating back to the 20s and 30s and had a long history of facilitating meetings for the community. So the intent of the use for the event space is mainly for private use for registered guests, but we wish for the exception to have the ability to host people from outside, from the community, not just our guests, to use our facilities.
The current use of the event space is for registered guests only?
Primarily, to reserve it, yes.
I mean, if you have a wedding there, you would think people from the community, to some extent, would be attending.
Correct. However,
That's
if you...
part of the current plan, right?
That's the primary plan, but if you were an organization, a social organization nearby, like, I don't know, the Women's Club that wants to do a day meeting, they're all local, they don't have the ability to have a budget for a meeting, a guest room, or stay at the hotel, so they want to use the event space. That's currently not considered in our plan. Day use for civic or community uses. And we want to go that narrow, by the way. We want it to be that specified for civic or community use or nonprofits in our neighborhood.
Okay, so this would be,
I'd proposed language too, if anyone, I don't know if
this
if
would be
anyone has that.
23D, a new 23D?
Yes.
Oh, Chair Quilisi, may I ask a question?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, and this is of the applicant. Did I understand you to say that the 12 events would just be for day use only?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Well, yes, ideally. I just don't know the purpose.
We don't know what the time is, but.
Correct, but the idea is to do maybe one event per year for people within the community that want to experience the hotel that otherwise wouldn't be able to, organizations.
One event per year?
One event per month.
Oh, per month.
Yeah, so 12 total.
12 total.
Are you looking at operations outside the hours that we're already talking about?
No.
Day
Okay.
use.
So 23D would be one event per month for primarily non-registered guests.
Yes.
Well, they're willing to be specific in terms of civic or community groups. I mean,
We
like
realize this
that.
is a very minor
But
item,
well-
but
Yeah.
it's a very important item because we realize that there potentially is an exclusionary aspect of the hotel services that members of the community might not be able to experience. And reading back to this kind of period of significance, which is the 20s and 30s, this is where the first Chamber of Commerce day meeting happened at the hotel. Lions Club, American Legion, Women's Club, they had benefits, they had luncheons, they had retreats.
Rotary Club might like it
Rotary
better
Club.
than Shoal Park.
There's a lot of reasons.
What if we said one event per month for primarily non-registered guests with emphasis on local and community groups?
That'd be great.
Is that,
Mhm.
does that language meet anyone's?
Can I
Yeah.
insert in there
Please.
that this be for 501c3 nonprofits, and that a certain number of them per year could be in the evening. The Ojai Music Festival, with which I had a relationship until I joined this board, has its 75th anniversary, and maybe it wants to do a gala now, and wants to do it at night, and as a fundraising gala. Couldn't a small number of them be used for?
So you want to see the word nonprofit in there somewhere?
I'd like to see 501c3 nonprofit. Yeah.
If I could jump in with some suggested language here, it would be a new condition 23 sub B. The hotel will be allowed to host up to 12 events per year for civic community organizations or other nonprofits. I would limit it not to 501c3 because 501c4 is another type of nonprofit. So civic community organizations or other nonprofits within the hours limitation set by this condition. So it would allow for the night events, but not outside the rest of the hours.
Sure.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Work for you? Okay. So we got 23D on the table.
Not done with this section, sorry. So just some clarifying points and for Matt too. Sorry if I'm not addressing you properly, but basically we need to clarify the name of these spaces. So there, for lack of clarity here, but we have two restaurants effectively. We have one in the main part of the hotel, which is mentioned to have 66 seats. That's meant for hotel guests, registered guests, and outside guests. That is open, proposed to be open currently from 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. 7 days a week. Practically speaking, no one has breakfast at 8 o'clock. People have breakfast at 7 o'clock. We need it to be 7 a.m. I could probably survey everyone to say when you eat breakfast, it's probably before 8 a.m. So that's just a realistic expectation of hotel guests and outside public.
Meetings tend to start at 8, yeah.
Correct. So that's just a practical point. That's our restaurant, what we're called restaurant, lounge, bar, and associated outside patio. That's what the original language looked like, sort of. But I don't even know what I'm looking at, to be honest.
I'm looking at 23B right now, and it doesn't mention the restaurant at all. I thought I read somewhere the restaurant, this is toward the back of the main building, was for registered guests only.
That's correct. So
And the restaurant at the front of the building was for registered guests or other people.
that's not what the conditions say, actually. So they actually have somehow flipped the description of where the location is placed in the wrong, within the wrong
Well,
venue.
the internal lounge, bar, and associated outdoor patio are directly to the east of the main hotel lobby.
Oh, this is my comments.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, perfect.
That's in 23B.
Okay.
But I don't know, where is the restaurant called out?
If I could jump in, Mr. McBride, Chair Quillisi is not looking at your document. He's looking at the existing resolution in the packet.
I understand, okay.
So internal lounge bar and associated outdoor patio. That is east of the lobby, but within the main building. And that is what you're describing is, you want that 7 a.m. to 11 p.m.
Yes, and that is for registered hotel guests only.
No.
And then what's the second restaurant you're referring to? The other
There it
restaurant in
is.
the lobby?
Bar restaurant
Oh, 20
on the right-hand side as you go in, and then there's the
Yeah,
restaurant.
the lounge bar and associated patio right now says noon to 11.
Right.
And the restaurant, and I'm sorry, I missed it, restaurant is in 23C. Restaurant is 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. And the ask is to change 23C.
To 7 a.m., both B and C.
8 go to 7, uh-huh. Did you have an idea about the internal lounge bar and associated patio?
Also needs to be 7 a.m. It's a breakfast serving venue.
For other people that might attend a meeting or?
Wait a minute, this is very confusing because I think C is, he's talking about the restaurant that's just for the hotel guests. Is that right?
That's 23C is the restaurant located
Right.
toward the rear of the main hotel. And he's
Right.
asking for a 7 a.m. start rather than 8.
Correct.
And so 23B is talking about the main restaurant and the internal lounge bar and outdoor patio.
And that's the one that's open to the public.
Yes.
That is to the right-hand side of the south facade.
And there too, the request from the applicant is 7 a.m. to 11 p.m.
Yes, I don't know what was missed there.
Asking
around
change
12 p.m.
12 to 7.
Correct.
Wow.
And 23A, B, C, and D now, okay? We have a lot of things to decide.
Mm-hmm. So that is certainly one item. Can I keep going?
If you have something else.
Sure, okay. Let's kind of prioritize, I guess, at this point. We have this review period, this annual review period, which we are going to supply the city with information related to our event space usage and associated parking. My suggestion is that we select a time period in which this burns off, this requirement.
A sunset requirement.
Correct.
I had the same thought myself. And I can't remember now, Lucas, which provision is that? It's got to be up here.
We're talking about condition 24.
24.
Directly after, yeah.
Oh, there we go, 24, right. Yeah, I would like to see something, personally, I would like to see something like a 5-year sunset on that annual report to the city. Anybody have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, just a quick
I think
question.
having
Is
a
it the
term on it
same
makes sense,
sort
whether it's
of,
5 or 4 years.
Or 4 years, or 3 years, or?
Chair?
Please, go ahead, Commissioner Lottis.
Yeah, I mean, I'm willing to do something whereas as the time horizon goes forward, you know, maybe it could be reduced. But you know, what if the hotel sells to another party and they're not so wonderful, or not as wonderful as this group? I would like to see reviews. Plus, we've got offsite parking with a potentially something happening to that. You know, the lease agreement falls apart, something, whatever. So there are pieces of this that could go away, and I would be very reluctant to just have a one-time review and then say, oh, fine, everything's dandy.
Agreed.
Whereas maybe a 1 year review, then a 3 to 5 year review, something in that ballpark, and then something after that, but that's sort of a regular look at this because of the different pieces. And the event center, you know, with noise, I don't know, and these hours that they're asking for, you know, it's not like we're dipping our toes into this. So I think we're heading down the road of going full hog. And so I do think that we kind of need to put the brake on a little bit in terms of needing some kind of a review in this somewhat regularly.
What do you suggest in terms of timing of reviews? You said 1 year and then maybe
1
3.
year, the first, you know, in 1 year, I think, yes, we should look at everything and make sure it's all working well. And hopefully it will be. And then after that, I'd say, I mean, something in the ballpark of 3 to 5 years, and then maybe thereafter every 5 years.
So 1 year.
1 year, 3 years, and then every 5 years.
Isn't the purpose of code enforcement, though, to monitor parking?
Well, the report covers a lot of things, not.
It really, it's a report that we have to produce, by the way.
Yeah.
Understand that. It takes a lot of time and resources to probably do it in the way that you'd like. There's not a lot of clarity in terms of what it is, so there's just going to be an endless amount of questions asked. I don't know how this city has resources to even dedicate to it, to be very honest, continually as an ongoing thing. And honestly, the intent is to really calibrate our parking and uses, not to continually monitor and have a restriction for us in place. The off-site parking is already dealt with in a condition that discusses if it's terminated, then we have to figure it out, and we have 6 months to decide, or we have to restrict our uses. That's already contemplated.
Yep.
We're talking about a condition that involves us providing lots and lots of information to the public on the website of the city, which is honestly a lot of private information, which I'm actually more concerned about. So to what extent do we have to keep sharing? I'm open to sharing, producing a report that gives us an understanding once we calibrate what it is people actually want to look at. But all we're saying is we're going to show all of the events and the uses in the guest room and how much parking. I just don't know where it ends if there's a continual review.
Chair, can I add a couple of points from staff perspective?
Please do, sir.
Thank you. The Community Development Director, Mr. Seibert, and I did talk about this because we are realizing that we do have 3 or 4 different projects now that have annual reviews and don't have any sort of sunset period. And so we were talking about this Friday that we are realizing that we would get to a point where every planning commission meeting would just be to review projects annually, and start the cycle over again year to year. So I do think
It's a much bigger burden on staff than it is on the commission, that's
right,
for sure.
Right, and we have one that we have started this process, and it's definitely a decent amount of staff time that's going to be used on it. So I think what I would suggest would be doing something like a 1 year and a 3 year, and then as needed, perhaps, and the other part of that is after that first, the 1 year and the 3 year, and we do calibrate and we have corrections as needed. To Mr. McBride's point, the city at that point would still be able to continue to do code enforcement as needed and work with the applicant. And so, I do think the idea of requiring a review yearly, even if everything's going great and there are no complaints or any questions from commissioners, is probably not the best use of our time, so.
Of anyone's time.
Correct.
Well, I'm happy to go with a year and say 3 years, and then as required after that.
That seems fair.
Agreed.
Would that work?
Agreed as well, yeah.
I'm sorry, and Vice Chair Nolan, I saw 2 hands up, and I saw Lotta's first. You had something else you wanted to say?
No, I had something similar, but I did want to say that I agree with the 1 year and then the 3rd year. And then, of course, code enforcement, you know,
Okay.
if there's a lot, if, you know.
And code enforcement's
if there are any
driven
violations, what
largely by
have you,
complaints.
Yeah, could warrant, you know, another one, but I'm good with that.
We welcome
Okay.
those. So the only part is the commencement date of this review. When does it start? And I don't know, that was something I addressed in my comments.
Oh, that's a good question. If the project were approved to move ahead tonight, when would you actually expect to open the hotel?
18 months, best case.
Oh, so a year after today, there's going to be nothing to report.
Correct. I think what I had suggested in my comments were either the C of O or hotel opening date. That's when it commencement
Yeah,
date.
1 year and 3 years after the hotel opening date.
Correct.
Would
And
work
staff would
for me.
recommend that that be set as the certificate of occupancy, recognizing for a project of this scale, there may be,
That's probably going to be the same day as
Same
your
day.
opening.
Sure.
although not necessarily. Another client of mine had a hotel open last month that opened with a temp C of O to then allow staff training, then soft open, then the grand opening, and they haven't yet got their final C of O because they're still sorting out some conditions. So it can be, we think it might be the same day. It can often be spread out.
Sure.
So I'd say if we time it from the first C of O, then that's when they begin operating at least at the start.
Okay. Can you modify condition 24 to reflect that then, please?
Yes, absolutely. It would be
It
condition
sounds,
24.
sounds like we have a concurrence by the commissioners on that. We still need to look at a bunch of these others and see what the sense of the commission is, but we'll get through them one by one.
I have 2 more. It'll be really fast. I
Please
promise.
go ahead.
Okay, so the construction conversation, I think we're actually in support of not doing it at night. There's a lot of noise. You know, we're generally okay with that.
Leave it alone, yeah.
But I do think there is lots of interior work that we would request consideration for doing over the weekends, interior work. And that's mainly in the buildings.
Is that something that's controlled by the city, or is it external construction? Lucas?
The only thing that comes to mind, I know in the past when we've had things like demolition, interior on the weekend, and then it still results in some impact to the exterior. So are you talking about, I guess, if there wasn't impacts outside of the hotel, I wouldn't have concerns, but I'm not sure if that would be.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. So.
And our construction standard in Ohio Municipal Code 51105 sub C sets limits, sub C1 that is, sets limits on construction that is audible beyond the boundaries of the property. So truly solely interior work that would have no impact, no audible impact on the outside would be
You're
consistent
free to
with the
do
current
when you
code.
want then.
If approved by the commission, of course.
Right.
Correct.
As usual, if it bothers the neighbors, then there's a problem.
We'll hear about it.
But we'll hear, yes, that's
just
right.
a couple of-
He'll hear about it.
Complaint.
Lucas will hear about it.
Couple of questions about that construction. Are you using, sounds weird, are you using steel 2x4s or wood?
Wood, yeah,
Okay,
most everything's
well,
wood.
It'll be a lot quieter, and then, well, you still got saws, you know, so saws can be noisy, but again, I know everybody says, oh, yeah, I can hear everything throughout the whole valley, but I think that the stuff facing Ojai Avenue and to the north, you know, I don't know. Oh, we're talking about daytime. Oh, there's
Daytime.
no traffic noise. I don't. It's not my issue.
Okay. With that understanding, I don't think we need to change any of the wording here. The understanding is if you're quiet, you can work indoors.
Correct.
Well, it just says there should be no work on the weekends, explicitly.
Oh, okay.
Ah,
So if we reworded that to basically following the terms of the
to say-
of the city code.
yeah,
Yeah, which I'm sure City Attorney Summers can give us that wording.
Yeah, it's condition 7L sub I. Right now reads, there shall be no work on weekends and federal holidays. Add, except for solely interior construction, not audible off the property on weekends.
that works. Okay, so set 7LI. Does that work for everybody on the commission here?
Yes.
Yes.
Just to note also, if you go to I and you go two more down to I, the construction activities shall comply with all requirements of the city's noise ordinance.
Yeah.
So it's speaking to those hours during the day, making
That
sure
should
we're
not be a
within those.
problem then.
Yeah, those noises.
Oh, I see, you're calling out noise, okay,
55,
but
65.
if you're staying under 55 dBA.
I'm
Right.
just, again, I'm
Should,
just
unless
reacting
you're
to, I'm
running
just reacting to a
jackhammers
very
in the rooms
simple
or something.
line that says no construction on weekends.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I'm just being very clear.
Right, so 7LI, Mr. Summers is gonna modify
Thank
to
you.
allow interior work on the weekend.
And I think Commissioner, I think, actually, Chair Quilisi, I think you brought this up around condition 32. This was pertaining to kind of a missing opportunity for including cooking equipment.
Cooking and food preparation was going to be added
Okay.
to the
I just want to make sure.
allowable activities or the non-prohibited activities causing visible gases.
Yes, that we will.
Great. Is it fair to bring up the consensus on in lieu? I mean, you understand our perspective on the payment of the fee.
Understand.
So I
Yeah.
just want to make sure you understand
Yeah,
our view.
the in lieu parking fees do more than buy parking lots.
Yeah, and I can speak to that too. It's, nobody likes to pay the in lieu fees, but there's also usually no one explaining, the real value to them. So just, I will say that the goal of what we've all been working towards is having a successful project. And I think the point that, the Roblar representatives made about buying that additional lot is a big one for us. That was a big piece of making this successful for the hotel and for the community and mitigating impacts on the community. And so we have done the calculations. We were 5 spots short. Like somebody said, $40,000 won't buy a lot, but we've heard how many people today talk about doing a parking study or, different solutions. And right now the city has, I think it's $39,000 in a parking mitigation fund, and it's been $39,000 for several years. So when people ask me what we can do about parking, there's not much with the current funding in the mitigation fund. And so there have been some different options explored that would require some funding. And just to give people an idea, the park and ride and skate park, the park and ride at the skate park is about $25,000 a year. So $40,000 would be, a year of payment for a parking lot. And so for all of these reasons, we recommend.
Understand that one.
So when people say how much would a parking lot be, and buying a parking lot is a lot more than $40,000. But as an example, most of the city's parking lots right now are leases, and so we pay an annual fee, or not most of, but several are. And so one of the leases is the skate park from the school district, and we pay $25,000 per year for that parking lot. And so, yeah, with $40,000, we probably can't buy a lot, but it could pay for a year or two of a lease of a site. And so, again, we don't have much funding for that. We've, like everybody has talked about, there's been waivers and things in the past, but at some point we need to start collecting those to start making improvements to the parking situation. So that's just why we recommended it. So.
Okay. Well, I've got that down as one more thing to get a sense of the commission on.
I want to emphasize the goal of the project is to provide the parking required. This solution doesn't actually provide enough parking per what's required, which is the whole point of going through 2 specific planning sessions on this in December and January. So I want to help support the problem, which James and Lucas, we totally support the intent, but by being 5 spaces short, it doesn't actually help us. And that's what I'm trying to get at. We need to find more spaces for our needs for parking, and that's the main.
I was surprised you took only 15 spaces, not 20, behind the beacon.
We had 51, if you remember, back in January.
Yeah?
Yeah, so just. That wasn't our choice. I wouldn't say it wasn't our choice, but I would say that we worked with staff to figure out a solution. And we agree with the solution to get through this, but we're also at this point where there's a lot of questions. This is before we got this opposition at the city council level, whatever you want to make of that. But there's a lot of people that are now mad about the parking problem, and being 5 spaces short is a problem. So that's all I say, is to consider that. We have the spaces available to us as it relates to our site, but I leave it to the commission to make the decision.
I don't understand what you mean by that, sir. You have the spaces available to you.
We have 21 spaces available to use. We're being restricted to use only 15 on Beacon.
Well,
let me
that's
clarify
in the
that.
conditions of approval.
Correct.
But those are all to be finalized at the discretion of the planning commission.
Correct. That's correct.
And I will note that there's no limitation to using 15 spaces. We're requiring at least 15 spaces. So Roblar could decide to enter into an agreement for additional spaces and identify additional spaces, but we're requiring a minimum of 15 spaces.
So
one other
the El
component that's a
Roblar
requirement-
folks could go ahead and arrange for 20 or 21 spaces
Correct.
at Beacon without violating anything that's in the resolution?
Assuming that Beacon has adequate parking to offset that, yes.
I'm sorry, I must have misread this then. I thought it was pretty clear that we're only limited to use 15 spaces at Beacon.
We're allowing you to count.
Easy to read one way or the other, I guess, but you're not restricted to 15.
Okay.
Now, was
The
there
other
any restriction?
key
to-
piece
as
there,
a
though,
miti-
is the restriction does prohibit guest valet parking at Beacon.
Correct.
That restriction is in place in the conditions as proposed and recommended by staff. And the reason for that is it keeps valet north of Ojai Avenue rather than having valet cross.
Understood. We're on side with that.
Yeah, and that's why
I never understood how you'd get 30 or 40 employees into 15 parking spaces anyway, so.
Okay.
Can I ask, is it possible, and Lucas would be the one to answer this, was it only 15? I noticed the shape of how those spaces were allocated. Are they there for mitigation, sound issues with neighbors that are on the Topa side of the thing? Is that the reason?
We
it
were
should-
considerate of the location of the spaces we would ideally use, yes.
And if you added some, would you be
It wouldn't make a
encroaching?
difference. And if we use it after 5, the north part of the property, then that'd be okay as well. I think there was just a lot of concern at the time we talked about some sort of operated valet kind of use there. We understand that's not on the table. We don't want to support that, but we still want to have use of those parking spaces, which we are entitled to.
Sure.
I guess I just read it as we're only restricted to use 15 spaces on that.
Okay.
Honestly, that's what's been told to me, so I want to make sure that.
It's more 15 spaces can count towards your parking.
Okay. Okay, well, I wasn't clear, so.
Oh, now I'm confused.
Yeah.
If they lease 20 spaces, can 20 be counted against their parking requirements?
So we have looking at all of the different traffic counts and things, we have said 15 of their spaces can be across the street at Beacon. So that's how many spaces are able to be counted towards the minimum parking number, but that wouldn't stop if they had an agreement, or if if they wanted to propose having some additional employee parking spaces, or if they wanted to propose some additional employee parking spaces, that's not prohibited. It's just not, that's not counting towards their minimum parking count.
How did we come to that conclusion?
Well, I think the community development director worked with them closer, so I don't know if he has anything to.
Well, just a couple things to note. This site is a part of a minor variance. The site is outside of the typical limitations, so there's certainly restrictions applied to a lot within this location. 15 spaces is and being restricted for employees only certainly meets really what the parking study that was provided and that intent within that parking study.
Well, I've read a couple of parking studies now, and I have yet to see anything except the statistics for a hotel or for a restaurant or for an event space all include employee parking without any specificity of what proportion of those numbers is employees and therefore what number of employee parking spaces need to be provided here. I personally don't see a big difference between 15 and 20 employee parking spaces behind Beacon, and I personally don't see what problem there might be counting all 20 against the requirements for hotel, restaurant, event space.
Well,
because I don't think anywhere it says what part of that is employees.
But you'd lose 5 guest spaces.
Why?
Because you are allowing the 5 employee spaces that are limited to employees to count as spaces that would otherwise not be limited to employees.
Well, I guess I haven't seen the calculations anywhere that show the statistics of a parking survey that say if you need 75 spaces, or in this case 78 spaces, how many of those can or must be employee parking?
Right. So let me try to explain it this way. The study says that we need 75 spaces for the
78,
hotel.
actually.
Or, yeah, 78 spaces.
Right.
And so if you say, okay, 30 can be for employees, then you're only allowing 48 spaces for guests. And so we identified that we needed a certain number of spaces for guests, which would be, 78 minus 15 is 63. And so there's 63 spaces otherwise, and then there's 15 spaces across the street for employees. So that's how we got to that 78 calculation. Now that wouldn't stop the Roblar if they say we have a couple more employees today and they're gonna park in the Beacon parking lot because there's extra spaces and we have permission to do that. That wouldn't stop that from occurring. But it wouldn't be counted towards their parking allocation.
That's what I'm having trouble understanding. I remember the table that said so many spaces required, and it had restaurant, it had hotel, it had event space. Hidden in each of those numbers that added up to 78, hidden somewhere in each of those numbers was employee parking. It was never explained to me, and maybe someone can explain to me what portion of that 78 is set aside for employees, and what was the basis for that set aside?
Correct. I don't think that was in the table. I'm not sure if Mr. Seibert could speak to if that is delineated.
The applicants had a parking specialist also.
Actually,
Not here
there
tonight.
isn't. She is on the line. One individual, Ginger, I think, Ginger Anderson. But just to clarify, there really isn't any specific data that shows the breakdown of what's
I just
needed.
wondered where the numbers came from.
It came from a study, a collection of data from ITE that averages out hotels based on mixed uses and comes up with a calculation based on the configuration of our hotel. That's really what it comes down to. There's also a measure that the United Nations uses for the World Travel Organization around estimates for the number of hotel employees per rating scale of hotel by the number of rooms. So they say for our type of hotel, it's between 6 and 8 employees per 10 rooms. So we provided in our project description, and by the way, layered with
6 and 8 employees
per
what?
10 rooms is
Per
kind of the
10
rolling
rooms.
average of this collection of data
So
from
that's 30 to 40.
30
Okay.
to 40 is what you saw in this, and this is also including our collective 100 years of operating experience in this sector.
That
So
includes management, I assume.
you know, so that includes, but that includes our knowledge of how to staff and what it requires, how many people, or what the kind of actual composition looks like. And that includes shift changes, and I mentioned in this report. So there isn't a really clear identification of the time of day and the mix of employees. We know there'll be about 30 or 40 employees that need kind of some level of parking. And if we're short on parking, we'll work through it. We'll do carpooling, whatever it requires. But what I'm saying is, I read this condition as I can't use a lot that I have the right to use for more than 15 spaces. That's how I review it.
Okay, I think we've established here tonight that that's not the case.
So if that's
What
not
I-
the case, then why do we have to pay for 5 spaces? That's
Then-
what I don't
well-
understand.
Let me jump in, if I may, with perhaps another perspective that might help illuminate how this works. The ITE standard, which is not broken up between employees and guests and vendors, it's just everybody for a hotel, requires 78 spaces for a hotel of this size and this amenity.
Right.
Of those 78 spaces, the applicant's proposing to provide only 73, so 5 short. And they are further proposing that of those 73, 15 be located in an off-site FAR, relative to our code standard of 500 feet, FAR set specially reserved for employees. Staff's recommendation is that in return for allowing 15 of the 73 to be reserved solely for employees and to be located in a space farther than we would normally allow, that they be in return for just employees and then to be limited to only 15, leaving a delta of 5 to be covered through the in lieu fee of about $38,000.
So
As
you're
I understand
saying-
that the applicant is
you're saying
requesting that proposal not be accepted and that instead it be 5 more spaces added, 20 spaces, also all reserved for employees, no guest, no valet, in return for not paying the fee. That's really, I think it's less of a traffic study and more of a policy question.
Yes.
Does the commission wish to accept that deal or the deal that staff recommends?
Okay. Yes, sir, go ahead.
I have maybe a different point of view. You're giving back and getting no credit for 8 parking spaces.
9, actually.
9 parking spaces.
Correct.
And I don't understand why we should be charging them $37,000 when we're net benefiting 9 public parking spaces as a community.
Well, by law, we can't count the 9 as part of what they need to do. Psychic credit,
but they're
perhaps.
saying they're willing to give the 5 parking spaces, but we're not willing to count them because we're saying first you got to figure out what your uses are before you start splitting it up. And I'm thinking they actually have the ability to give in this project 20 parking spaces across the street. We're questioning them. Well, gee, is that all you, I mean, you've got 40 employees. How do you put 40 employees into 20 parking spaces? Anyway, and I'm looking at that, I'm thinking also they're giving back 9 parking spaces. And this is a negotiation. This is about money, you know.
Well,
It's
I
about
would look at it
$37,000.
slightly differently. Everyone's agreed that on the requirement for 78 spaces and the fact that there are 58 spaces that are either on the block where the hotel is or across Matilaha from the hotel.
Yep.
58 spaces, okay. So if we have 15 spaces behind Beacon with $40,000 or $37,000, or we have 20 spaces behind Beacon, period, without extra cost to the applicants, we still have 58 guest spaces. That hasn't changed. It's just, do they pay more to have more spaces outside the 500-foot limit?
Well,
Number
I
of,
guess
the number of spaces available to guests is the same whether they pay an in lieu fee or don't pay an in lieu fee.
we haven't established what that number is that you were attempting to at the beginning, and I agree. What is the formula? What is the, what's?
we don't
what's-
know.
We don't know, because if,
Don't forget that the employees who can't, if there's more than 15 cars for the employees, they're supposed to be able to park either on off Ventura or on site. That was the answer to the question
That's
that
correct.
was raised.
That's correct.
So, because the number is all wrapped into one, so that's supposed to be an overflow lot for employee parking. And frankly, if it gets to be more than 15 over there, I have a problem. I feel like I was against that lot from the beginning, and at least I thought, well, okay, they've really worked hard, and it's at 15. Now all of a sudden we're talking about, well, maybe 20, maybe, I mean, and no in lieu fees. It's like, and I have to say, in lieu fees are typically charged for the full price of the replacement of a parking space, an actual space, not something off-site, but something that would be centralized parking for the city. And anyway, I
The
just
city
feel
has
like
put a number on that.
we're opening a can of worms here, and we kind of had reached I think some consensus on the commission with this.
Well, I think that's what we need to establish now, item by item, whether we have a consensus on the commission for each of these things. If we are through with requests.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think I've got 9 things. I think we agreed on items 7E and M in the conditions having to do with a second Planning Commission review of landscape lighting details and hardscape and bike racks. That's in, no, 7E and M was, that's not where it goes? It goes in 23A?
No, you were right, Chair.
It's 7E and M, okay.
7E and 7M.
7E and M, okay.
Chair Quilisi, make sure you include in the landscape plant material, and I heard you say hardscape, but I didn't hear you say the
Yeah,
plant.
landscape, lighting, and hardscape details
Okay.
and bike racks.
Okay.
All right, is that okay by all the commissioners?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Item 23A, changing Thursday from 8 to 9, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. to 8 a.m. to midnight. How do we feel about that? Okay? It's okay by me.
That's the Thursday through Saturday?
That's the Thursday having the same hours as Friday and Saturday.
Yeah. I'm okay as long as the noise stops at 10 p.m., which I think is part of the code.
Right, that's part of the general conditions.
Okay, good. Yeah, that was my comment.
Vice Chair Nolan?
Yeah, I was going to say I agree, and we already have that built into the code about the
Okay.
noise.
Okay, so 7E and M, we said okay. 23A, okay. 23D, 23B was changing the hours on the other restaurant to being the same hours. I'm sorry, 23A, 23A was both Thursday, and it was changing the breakfast hour from 8 to 7.
Yeah.
Is that okay with everybody?
B.
That was B.
23,
Are
no,
we changing
23A.
Are we changing the hours just for the restaurant or for the lounge bar and associated patio? What are we doing? with
I'm
that?
sorry. I'm sorry. Yes.
Just proceed.
23B and 23C, the proposal was to make both restaurants open from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody?
Yes.
Yeah.
And what about the bar and patio? What do they fall under?
That's
How would it be the same, 7
23B.
a.m. to 11 p.m.
That was changing noon to 7 a.m. so that.
Okay, well, if they're coming back for review, hopefully if there's
Yeah,
problems with this,
we can determine a year from opening if
Yes.
that's a problem, I think.
Yeah.
That's the
Subject to
that's
due
an
process
important
requirements.
yeah, that's an important requirement in my mind.
Why is that? I don't understand what the issue is with in the mornings.
Yeah.
Oh no, not the mornings. No, quiet breakfast inside, fine.
Yep.
I just we're really broadening the hours of operation on this, and
Yep, I agree. All right, 23D, that's a new paragraph to be added, talking about one event per month for primarily non-registered guests with emphasis on local, community, and nonprofit groups.
And one adjustment there, it's a requirement that it be nonprofit. So up to 12 nonprofit events per year. The goal, of course, is local.
They
But the
don't
requirement is
require
nonprofit.
the registration of somebody at the hotel.
Right, non-registered guests, yeah, or.
And City Attorney, did you say nonprofits only? Because I think the request was nonprofits, community groups, and civil associations.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did say that.
Don't know that all of the local and community groups are gonna be nonprofit, that's the thing.
Well,
If the Rotary,
Like
the
Rotaries.
Rotary is not a nonprofit, I
Right.
don't think.
Right, that's what I was thinking.
Right. So civic groups or community groups or nonprofits.
I'm not
Or
sure a community
nonprofits.
group is a
Yes.
defined term.
No, it's squishy like community organizer.
This is one where a little flexibility is helpful.
501c3
Yes,
and civic
agreed.
groups.
Yeah. Well, see, 501c3 is too restrictive.
yeah, I'm
There's
sorry,
C4s,
nonprofits and
C6s,
civic
for
groups.
sure.
Yeah, a tax
nonprofit
exempt
would cover it.
nonprofit
Yeah,
captures all the different
Okay.
flavors of.
and nonprofit. So that's 23D. Everybody agreeable to that?
Yes.
Yes.
Great.
Yeah.
All right. We talked about 3A2. That was saying that people that didn't drive up and park in the porte cochere to stay at the hotel didn't have to use valet parking. Are we agreeable on that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And 32, would you run that one by us again, Matt? Which one was that?
32.
Oh, that was the cooking and food prep, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so the approved uses include or shall not generate smoke except for heating and cooling of structures, operation of motor vehicles, and cooking or food preparation.
Is that okay with everybody?
Yes.
All right. Now we have the last two really interesting ones. Well, there was also the 6-foot wall versus 6'6".
I'm fine with that.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
I'll defer to the landscape architect assessment.
Yeah, I just concur with I believe it was the architect. When you're doing anything where there's a grade change, and I know I've done this on other projects, they always allow it to go usually up to 6'6", and sometimes it's a little bit lower, but you're just trying to accommodate to get a nice, straight, clean line, and you have to accommodate the grade. So,
well, maybe when we get the landscape plan, we'll see a little bit more detail about.
That's true.
Any screening, additional landscape
We'll
screening.
see the plan
associated
material.
with the wall.
Yeah, because we can't see it on this one.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got 2 items left. We save the best for last. First of all, design option 1 or option 2. should we vote on this, or do we have a consensus? Why don't we vote on it? Let's take a roll call, Sherry.
Option
That's a straw poll on design option 1 or 2.
Straw poll on option 1.
one, Quillisi,
Yes.
Nolan,
Wait, what
Wait.
are we voting for?
option,
The
straw poll.
the south facade. Option 1 is arches. Option 2 is posts.
I'd recommend that each commissioner state arches or columns rather
Thank
than
you.
yes or no. That makes it less.
Okay, then I'll say arches.
Nolan,
I wish I didn't have to say. I could go with the arches, but I do like the columns and the historical part. So, can I just say that
both.
I could go either way? Am I allowed to do that?
Of course.
You're
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
you're
Again,
that's where I'm
abstaining,
at.
basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lottis,
Lottis? Yeah.
Yeah, I feel similarly. I really did, after reading the historic report, I really did feel that Commissioner Bennett's comments were well taken. And I feel similarly. I think that I am willing to defer to the judgment of the Historic Preservation Commission with its unanimous decision. So I can go either way.
Trent,
I am the same. I defer to the HPC and their recommendation. So I could go either way as well.
Bennett,
Commissioner Lottis and I are on the same page, but I will defer.
Commissioner Bennett, can you turn on your microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry. I say, Commissioner Lottis and I endorse her position, but I think I also wind up saying it's probably more sensible to break this issue by agreeing with the Historic Preservation Commission.
Okay, so it's option 1.
Yeah.
So with that, it sounds like there's consensus and we may be ready for a motion if there is one.
The one final issue. Parking in lieu fees, yes or no? Everybody agrees we're 5 spaces short right now. Can those 5 spaces be behind Beacon and count? It sounds like from the conditions of approval that I'm hearing from staff and the city manager, you can have as many spaces as you want, but you can only count 15. So it's really a question of should we impose the parking in lieu fee for 5 spaces, yes or no? So who wants to say yes or no first? Straw poll?
Yeah, I'll go first. I say no.
Okay. Vice Chair Lottis?
No,
Excuse
just
me.
Lottis. Just Lottis. Yes, wait, John, you voted for the in lieu fee, correct?
No, no.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, then, no, I vote for the in lieu fee. It's not very much. It's not even the full replacement cost for a parking space, which is what would be normally charged. It's a bargain. And I do
It is
want
not
to-
the number set by the city for a parking space.
It's the 37,000.
That's for 5 spaces.
Right. It's not, that total amount is no way can it actually build 5 parking spaces, which is normally what you would base a parking in lieu fee on.
Yeah.
So it is a bargain. It's some money to help the city. We sure do need some kind of a parking study, something where we can look at centralized problem solving with in a centralized manner with the whole downtown. But I am very concerned about having more than 15 people use that lot. And this is almost a deal breaker for me. I've said from the very beginning, I didn't like the offsite parking. I'm trying to work really hard with the applicant because I think overall this is a really great project. It's going to be good. And I hope they're trustworthy with they're going to do everything they say, but I just do not want to see more than 15 spaces over there. People are going to be walking across Ojai Avenue. We've got the flashing beacons that you can't even see them during the day half the time. And it's not a good situation.
So you're voting yes on parking in lieu fee?
Yes.
Okay. Vice Chair Nolan?
All right, well, that's something a little bit different. And I probably, you know, I understand in our parking standards, the in lieu fee is there. So it's not like something we're pulling out of thin air. At the same time, I'm looking at this project is actually going to be providing 9 on-street parking spaces it doesn't count, but they are going to be contributing that to the community. And potentially they could add 5 more spaces to Beacon. I do have the concerns that Commissioner Lotta said, you know, about the parking there, but at the same time, to me, 5 more is not that crazy of an idea. So what I'm proposing is, could there be, and this is something that Commissioner Bennett had said earlier, I don't know if like a negotiation, like maybe it's half of what it was. I'm just throwing that out there as an idea.
Okay, we're trying to vote up or down on 5 spaces right now.
I know.
So if I understand it, your request is that we would allow 18 spaces at Beacon in return, or 17 spaces at Beacon in return for
like 2 or 3
parking spaces.
Exactly. Yeah. I know that's not what you asked, Commissioner Quilisi, but I'm grappling with this one.
Well, while she grapples,
let this go on in lieu. You know, we're never gonna find the.
I'm not completely. I get it. Yeah, it is in our parking standards that.
Yeah, it's a precedent.
Yeah, I know, and I
got to start charging at some point.
Yeah, I know.
So I'd suggest we finish the straw poll. We have 2 more commissioners.
Okay.
I am in favor of charging them $37,000 and then providing them with a credit of $37,000 for the 9 parking places that they're giving back to the city free for nothing and getting no credit for.
So that's one that would not be within the power of this commission, because our code does not count on-street parking, because it's not restricted to the hotel.
Right.
The 9 spaces can be used by anybody. So that one would
I know. I'm saying that they want to use 20 spaces across the street. And I think except with the exception of Commissioner Lottis, everyone here would be okay with them using 20. And in fact, I don't think we can even limit them from doing that if they wanted to use 20 over there. They just can't use it against the credit. Is that right?
Yes, we aren't limiting how many spaces they use at Beacon. We're limiting how much they get credit for. So I understand that your straw poll comment is
effectively
allow the 20 spaces at Beacon and in return not charge the in lieu fee.
But I am also motivated by not setting new precedent that we could then wind up having us bite us in the hindquarters. I understand that piece of it as well, but we're not likely to wind up with an organization where we're charging the money on the one hand and they're giving us 9 parking spaces back. It seems a little asymmetrical. The other thing is that while we talk, we probably burned up $37,000 of interest that they're having to pay. So, no, I'm actually very concerned about the economics of this project. I mean, I really, because the fact is that interest rates are going up as we speak, and the cost of this project goes up with that. So I don't want to charge them any.
The effect of your suggestion was not to charge the fee.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I would also be in favor of not charging the fee.
Straw poll, it sounds like 3.
4 to 1, 3 to 2.
1.5 on the other side.
So with that, then condition number 4 would be modified to provide every reference to 15 spaces would be up to 20 spaces offsite employee parking at the Beacon Lot, 209 to 211 West Ojai Avenue, and adjust each reference to 15 spaces to be 20 spaces throughout that condition, and then delete condition number 5.
Condition number 5.
Which is the in lieu fee payment condition.
What if
Off-site
we gave them 5 years to pay? Anybody receptive to that idea?
Another.
I think
All right, the vote was taken. Okay.
All right, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, counting 4 and 5 together as a package. 9 changes to the conditions of approval, including a rerun on a planning commission meeting to look at these other aspects of the project. Having via straw poll or otherwise agreed to those 9, I think we're ready for a vote on the entire project. Does anyone want to make a motion?
So moved.
Approval of the DRP and the minor variance. Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any more discussion? Then Sherry, let's call the roll on item 3 as amended.
Quillisi,
Yes.
Nolan,
Yes.
Lottis,
If we were voting separately, I would vote yes on the DRP, no on the minor variance. Since they're together, with great sadness, I'm going to vote no. I just feel the parking thing is wrong.
Trent,
Otherwise, the project is great.
Yeah.
Trent,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
the motion passes.
Okay, gentlemen, you have your decision. We will see you again shortly. Oh, we
Did we
didn't
set a date?
fix,
Is there a way to set
Chair
a date?
Quillisi, I'd recommend that we set
not
that for
fix
next.
a date certain for the next planning commission meeting. When could you
Yes,
be
exactly.
ready?
Your next meeting, we have.
2 weeks from now?
Yeah, 2 weeks from now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, we can do 2 weeks from now.
Oh, do we have time to notice it for 2 weeks?
Let me do.
Continuing it from now
Continue it.
there's no need to notice anything. It'll be,
Oh, it's,
That- the
it's
condition, the
continued to
approval
a
you
date
just gave-
certain, no new notice, right.
Okay.
bakes that in.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay.
So is that the 20th?
That's the 20th of April.
So it's our 20th, it's our meeting.
Yeah, it's our meeting. No, we were concerned about newspaper notice and 1 week intervals on the newspaper.
It's on my calendar, that's all.
All right, thank you very much. If we could clear the room, we're going to continue the agenda. Doing the job. Okay, we're going to move on to item 4 on the agenda, priorities of the Planning Commission. And I think we probably better take public comment first. Is Mr. Miley still in the waiting room?
Yes, Chair, he is on Zoom.
Okay. Mr. Miley, go ahead, please.
Okay, I am still here. I'd like to make comments on each of these. General plan, less affordable housing. My comments, the need for affordable housing is greater now than ever. About 50% of the renters in Ojai are cost burdened. New restaurants have opened. Young employees are doubling up to live. Please make this a high priority. Number 2, fire suppression. Positive comment. It would be a happy day to have goats in our foothills chopping away. Bleat, bleat, mama. First time it would be just nice for fire suppression to see that going on. The formula business, all I have to say is we have one. I'm not sure whether it's an interim ordinance for 5 or it's a permanent one. Seems to me that if it's temporary, it needs to be permanent. Tree ordinance. It's likely our native oaks and sycamore trees will be stressed as drought continues. Getting information out to the public on how to care for them will be important, and that would go with our public information specialist. Parking study. Here we go again. Considering our new businesses in town, the upgrading, remodeling of the hotel, and discussions about parking, it seems time to craft an RFP, get it approved and issued in this budget period. We need to know what we have, what we need, and where or what we don't need. The last study was done last century in 1992, as I recall. And let's get it done, guys. Design guidelines. Maybe this is appropriate, but please make sure that all residential parcels over 1 acre are required to have a design review. In the past, they didn't. We don't want any mega mansions in Ojai that we almost had on North Signal Street 4 years ago when they built that stupid wall. Title 10, I don't have much to say other than we should be sure that the concept of buffering spaces are required when incompatible structures and functions are planned and permitted. Because the commission referred to that when you were talking about C1 zoning for cannabis. You talked about having a buffer zone around the lounges. So let's have buffer zones around other places like outdoor wine bars in the future. And then the cannabis business thing, at future commission meetings about cannabis, please ask the police chief to come and talk about cannabis and driving. And also the Chamber of Commerce CEO, ask him to speak about the business communities, what they think about a C1 zone for overlay, east of Fulton, and cannabis lounges. Thanks.
Thank you, Bill. Lucas, anything you'd like to add?
I think you did a good job of summarizing. I would say this, in terms of the general plan update, we are meeting with Ramey & Associates almost on a weekly basis to move this forward. So there are lots of moving parts with that. The cannabis aspect, we're going to be talking about upcoming agenda items, and I think you're going to see that on an upcoming agenda item for discussion as well.
Mm-hmm.
Formula business is, we've been meeting with a group. We're looking to potentially have a larger group meet and talk through some of the nuts and bolts of it as well. So I think that's got some progress along with it as well. So Mr. Miley's points are spot on in terms of us moving incrementally with some of these pieces. It's just a matter of getting these before the commission and making some determinations and moving them forward.
There was a question that Commissioner Bennett asked at the last meeting when we were talking about cannabis. He said, is the 600-foot exclusion radius that's around public schools and churches, is that also around private schools? And I think the answer was yes.
The answer is yes.
And I'm wondering, I know where the Wild Tennis Academy is and where those young people are in their dormitories along Fulton and along Bryant Circle there. And I'm wondering, are they within 600 feet of the current dispensaries?
I haven't done that measurement at this point to
Okay.
confirm that.
I believe the
And I'm not
measurement
even
was
su-
done, and they are not within 600 feet.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say. Is I know that when it was first implemented, that it was measured and it was determined that it was not.
Okay, well, that's good, that's good. Commissioner Bennett said his friends know where the place is. I don't know where the places are. I presume they must be
I
on
don't
the
know
south.
where they are.
Oh, okay.
It's just that my friends all seem to know where they are.
They're all on South Bryant.
They must all be on the southern edge of Bryant Circle or something. Okay.
Yes.
Any other questions of commissioners for staff on the work plan? Excellent. Let's move on to item 5. Next meeting, we can now add the review of details on El Roblar.
Yeah,
That being landscape, lighting, and hardscape and bicycle racks.
right. So we have that item. It's a question mark with the cannabis discussion item. I know I currently have staff working on providing some information, so we'll be putting that in a staff report.
Okay.
But also, there's a lot line adjustment that is identified on here that's being pushed to May 4th. We're still looking at some stuff, so.
Okay.
Right, the lot line adjustment's being moved to the 4th. And then we'll have a general plan update, and then we continue to put the work plan on there just to keep this commission up to date with progress.
3-unit lodge at 1010 West Ojai Avenue.
Yep.
That's
It's on the north
somewhere
side.
around Suzanne's, right?
West of Suzanne's.
West of. Can't be very far west because it becomes school property.
It's west of the school property.
Oh, yes. There's a single-family residence in that property right now,
Correct.
between El Paseo and Maricopa Highway.
Yes.
No, between
Well,
El Paseo and Del Norte.
yes.
Okay. Interesting.
Can't go into much more detail than that, but
No,
Okay, thank you.
just trying to locate it. Okay. Any other questions? All right, commissioners' musings. Anyone have anything else you'd like to add to the How about staff? Is our director as tired as the rest of us?
I'm mentally spent tonight. I have nothing to add tonight.
Okay. Well, there being no, I'm
I
sorry.
do have a question.
Great.
And it's on, in preparation for the next meeting. And the interest by, in particular, Vice Chair Nolan and Commissioner Lottis on the specifics of the planning materials, hardscape, and the rest of it. Are we in, and this is really, I guess, a question of the chair or Matt, are we in conformance if these materials are brought here? Because, I mean, we could include some pictures of things, but I think their engagement, you look at a picture of a brick, what does it look like? Whereas, the colors, the Xerox rendition of the colors in our book are not nearly as good as looking
Right.
at it real. I wouldn't vote for that color palette, and the only reason I did vote for it was because I voted for the thing, the whole package, but I had seen it because they had paint samples when we took our walk of it, and the colors look fine to me. But when you look at them on a Xerox, they don't. So I'm wondering if we can't get those materials, look at them, and not be in violation of the fact that they haven't.
No, we absolutely can. We can get paint chips, and it's interesting with the COVID.
Well, I wouldn't discuss it too much. We will get you a full colors material.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to say too much, and I've already said too much apparently. Yes, what the attorney just said is correct.
What did he say?
This is once you say it again,
We
so I
will
don't get in
bring,
trouble.
staff will bring a full colors and materials board with samples and, so it'll be a color a little chip sample, and then the name and the lot number, et cetera, the information to guarantee.
All right, but that's
guarantee
okay. We don't have to publish. I'm
replicability.
just saying we don't have to publish that. Because, for instance, you want cut sheet pictures of all the lighting fixtures and all the rest of it. You've got all that stuff, I'm sure.
Correct.
And we'll bring all that to the commission. It will be made public because the commissioner will be reviewing it in full.
All right,
Just
great. That's
put it
all I
as,
wanted.
put it as part of a normal packet for the next meeting.
Yep, absolutely. It'll all be in there. The physical board will be available at City Hall, review by anyone ahead. Thank you.
All right. Well, there being no obvious other business for the commission, then at 10:44, we're adjourned.